Assalamu alaikum, good morning. We would like to just invite everybody into the room so that we could begin. We'd like to give you a 5 minutes notice and we would like to get this day started. Thank you. welcome. Good morning, all. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you have all made yourself comfortable as we begin our exciting day. We ask you to kindly please put your phones on silent throughout the workshop as we are about to begin. Thank you. So, Optimal Solution and Services, welcome all of you to today's workshop. Effective enterprise risk management for business continuity and resilience in fragile markets is a very appropriate topic for today. The effectiveness of ERM is really important for any organization, and so is BCM and resilience. In the turbulent time our world is going through, at the moment, we can easily acknowledge how fragile markets are becoming every single day. So this workshop will give you all the valuable insights into ERM and BCM for our from our subject specialists who are highly experienced and expert practitioners in their respective areas. So today we are very privileged to welcome the following speakers to join us. So today we have Mr. Joy Vierdut, Mr. Jimmy Hammond, Mr. Johan Bota, Mr. Hikmet Nassan Agha, and Ms. Ashwini Sorikar. And I'd like to now actually invite, for our very first session of the day, we will be getting some great insight on the connection between BCM and ERM. And our specialized expert on this topic is Ms. Ashwini Sorikar. She is the current Chief Audit and Risk Management Officer, and she was also the former chairperson at the ICAI Muscat chapter, and she is currently on the board of the Indian schools in Oman. Sorry. I'd like to now please invite Ms. Ashwini to come to the stage and start the opening session of today.
And the presentation, you will be changing the slides? Okay. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Namaskar to all of you. I think being the first speaker is good and bad in some ways. You get to set the tone, so that's a positive thing about it. And you're not repeating what someone else said because you're the first one. But at the same time, it's a big responsibility. And you are kind of setting the expectations for the rest of the day of the event. Let me take you through the BCM and ERM, the connection. And since it's the first session, I thought I hope I'm audible. Yeah. So I thought it's good that we set the tone, understand the concepts. There are some misconceptions around the two terms which are being mentioned here. And this is through my experience when I've been talking to different people. That's where I've picked up these misconceptions from. So if you can go to the next slide. These are some of the things which people think of. These terms are many times used interchangeably, BCM and ERM. People feel they are one and the same. They are, in some cases, handled by separate teams. And by separate teams, I mean totally separate teams where the teams don't talk to each other or they compete with each other, which is also, again, a totally different approach. And these two teams are then working in silos. I've heard this comment that I have a very robust ERM. Why do I need BCM? What is BCM? So again, that's another approach which is what we have come across. Then there is the midway where BCM and ERM both coexist with some commonalities, some sharing of inputs. And again, we'll come to what probably is the right approach. And then what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Whether BCM starts first and then ERM follows, or ERM starts first and then BCM follows, or they work in tandem. So we'll come to these specific things as we go along. So just as I said, to set the tone, to understand, because maybe some of you are experts in the field, maybe some of you have been working in either BCM or in ERM for some time, maybe some of you are very new to the field, but it's always good sometimes to go back to the basics, to understand what it really means and break down the definition to understand the concept better. So that's the definition of BCP as per Investopedia. And BCM, Business Continuity Management, is the approach or the overall methodology which is followed, which includes in it BCP and DRP. So BCP is a business continuity plan, DRP is a disaster recovery plan, and again, the two are not the same. So many times you see consultants or the auditors saying, do you have a BCP DRP? But BCP is different, DRP is different, the purpose is different. Yes, they are linked. They both come under BCM as the approach, but BCP is different and DRP is different. BCP or BCM as a whole, it encompasses people, process, technology, all the three major aspects of a business. And the key point is, how do you recover from a disaster? And then there are definitions of disaster, of course. So it's not that only fire and earthquake can be disasters, there are different disasters. So how do you recover from a disaster for that business? And how do you still continue doing the business at an acceptable level? So a disaster here is typically like in a human being, how you treat a life-threatening disease. So there are life-threatening diseases, people face it and come out of it, recover and come out of it. So that is exactly what we do in BCM. So BCM is the same thing for a company or a corporate. And below are the boxes. They just show the steps which are typically followed. There's a lot of jargon, but the business impact analysis, the RTOs and RPOs which have to be determined when you do a BCM, and that is what you do, whether it's DRP or it's BCP, you have to follow that approach. Then you prepare the actual plan, and then testing of the plan, and then maintenance of the plan. So that's the typical journey of a BCM, whether it's a BCP or the DRP. A DRP is typically the ITDR, where you're focusing more on the technology part, whereas BCP covers the people and the process part as well. Coming to the next slide, ERM, I'm sure most of you have seen this diagram, which is a typical diagram, the COSO framework and these things. ERM, Enterprise Risk Management, of course. That's the definition of Investopedia, which is there on the screen. It aims at every risk. So a company which claims to say that we follow an enterprise risk management approach, we look at all the risks facing our enterprise, then that necessarily means that the company is looking at the smallest of risk to the largest of risks. Very small, low, medium, high, catastrophic, all the risks have to be covered by the company if they have to claim that I'm having an ERM approach for my company. So that's the wide range of risks that get covered, and it has to cover across all locations, across all people, across all departments, across all elements of the business. So that's unlike the BCM again. And then the risk treatment. So of course, once you identify the risks, how do you treat the different risks? Those are the four typical manners in which you would treat the risk. Either you try to reduce the risk, putting preventive controls in place. You try to transfer the risk, like the insurances and things like that. You avoid the risk. Maybe there's some business which is very risky. You don't want to enter into that market. You avoid that risk. Or if something has to be done, you accept the risk. Because no risk, no business. No risk, no profit. So business, doing business itself means accepting risk. So it's just that you accept risk knowing how much risk you want to accept, what is your risk appetite. So that's typically the ERM framework and the ERM methodology when you follow it across the organization. Coming to the next slide. So since we are talking about the connection between ERM and BCM, it's also necessary to understand the subtle difference between the two. BCM is more tactical and ERM is more strategic. So why do we say that? Strategic means at the strategy level. So it has to have the top-down approach where the risk appetite is defined by the board, then management has the responsibility of implementing the framework, and then each person within the organization, right from the CEO to the lowest person, maybe even the office boys, for example, they have to know how they have to manage the risk in their particular area. So the ERM methodology or the approach is typically very strategic for the business, whereas BCM is tactical. And why do we say tactical is because that's more of war footing. You have to do something, because when a disaster strikes, you have to do something very immediately to recover and to continue the business. So that's something more tactical in nature. The focus in BCM, it is a business impact, because everything depends on if a disaster was to happen, what is going to be the business impact, how worst is my business going to be affected, and I have to come out of it unscathed. Whereas the ERM focus is typically the likelihood of risk. So how likely is this risk supposed to happen? And then what measures I want to take, whether I want to reduce it, whether I want to accept it, whether I want to transfer it, and the other things. So that's another thing. One is on the business impact, and the other one is on the likelihood of risk. Absence. So the absence of BCM can result in permanent damage and closure of business. So when we say, normal, and it helps to connect or to link it with a human being. As a human being, normal cough and cold probably are routine things which happen. So smaller risks in business keep happening, and those you deal through a proper, robust ERM framework. Sometimes it takes a little longer to recover from a fever, this, that. But then there are life-threatening diseases, and those are the ones which could result in death if it is not handled properly. So that's exactly what kind of disasters if it's unaddressed, that is what a disaster could do to the business, because the entire existence of the business could be threatened, and that's where the liquidations and that's where business closures happen if it's not managed well. This is required, BCM is required to be used when and only if a disaster strikes. And disaster definitions, as I said, can be different, but BCM, you will need to use it, or a company will need to use it only if a disaster strikes, whereas that's not the case in ERM. Every day, every second, every moment, whether during office hours or outside of office hours, each employee and even the third party which is connected with the company has to be part of the ERM and has to be doing something to manage the risks for that company or of that company business. The first one addresses risks that threaten the existence, and the other one addresses all types of risks that are affecting the business of the company. This is again how it needs to go hand in hand. So yes, we need to understand the difference between the two. On my first slide, as I had said, that some companies, the two functions totally work in silos, or they even compete with each other as to whether BCM is better or ERM is better, but that's not the case. They have to go hand in hand, and it's only together that the organizational resilience can be built. If you see the two boxes at the bottom, so that kind of clearly explains ERM, as I said, has to be done on a daily basis, on a regular basis. BCM kicks in when ERM fails, and BCM has to kick in despite robust ERM. So in the first one, BCM kicks in where ERM fails for avoidable risks. So let's say there are two types of risks. Maybe the fires and earthquakes and the geopolitical related disasters, they are unavoidable risks, or they are not in control of the business itself. So those are the unavoidable risks. So if those kind of instances happen, then BCM has to kick in even if you have a robust ERM. So how much ever good your ERM may be, if an unavoidable risk was to happen, event was to happen, then your BCM will have to kick in at that point in time. Whereas there are some avoidable risks. And by avoidable risks, examples can be like, if I have only one customer, let's say, and the customer goes bankrupt. If I have only one supplier for my business, and the supplier stops his production line for some reason. So these are business-related decisions which can be easily avoidable. So if these avoidable risks are not managed well, then your ERM has failed. And if in that scenario, the disaster has to happen, like your sole customer goes bankrupt, or your sole supplier stops the production of their services or their products, then your ERM has failed. And that is also a disaster for the company, because that's going to threaten the existence of your business. In that case, also the BCM has to kick in. So both have to go hand in hand, and you cannot start thinking of a business continuity management strategy after the disaster strikes. Hence, one has to be ready with the BCM from day one. You have to know that if something was to happen, how I will address that. So that's clearly the difference, and that's why both have to go hand in hand. Just to put it again in a different way, BCM is a part of overall ERM. Because as I said, ERM looks after or addresses all your risks, very low, low, medium, high, catastrophic. And that catastrophic risks which are addressed in ERM have to be addressed by the BCM approach. So if you look at it that way, BCM has to be part of ERM, and ERM, robust ERM cannot be complete without having taken care of BCM. And how do you do BCM very effectively? By using the ERM methodology. So that's how they go so hand in hand. They cannot be thought of differently. But does it mean you should have an integrated function to look at it? No. The approach has to be integrated, but the functions have to be different. Why? Because the focus is different, the purpose is different, what you will do in BCM and in ERM will be different, but your approach has to be same. That is why it needs to have an integrated approach, but not an integrated function. As I said, they have, approach has to be same, but focus and scope are different. And together, when you have both the things together, only then you can ensure the sustainability of the business or the organization. Thank you very much. I hope I've set the tone. Any questions now or later are most welcome from any side. Thank you very much. Yes. So when you say risk, I think, okay, for the advantage of everyone, the gentleman here, he asked about how to minimize the risk, the avoidable risk, unavoidable risks, right? So unavoidable risks, again, there is a likelihood of that happening and the impact of that. So likelihood, it's something which is not in control of the organization and hence cannot be changed. But the impact of that could be reduced. Like for example, a fire happening, the impact of that would be reduced if you have all the fire fighting mechanisms and evacuation plans and all those things in place, then the impact of that can be reduced. But typically unavoidable risks are those where they are beyond the control of that business.
You mentioned for the fire, it's not the right related example, but there's sometimes geopolitical.
Yeah, yes, earthquakes. Absolutely. It depends on what risk specifically that you're talking about. For example, let's say earthquake, okay, or geopolitical risks. So yes, you can minimize the impact of that by, let's say, diversifying your business into different locations, different geopolitical areas where probably the risk gets distributed at least. If not minimized, you could distribute the risk. Earthquake, let's say, earthquake is totally out of the control of any business to control. But then probably if your company operations are on a fault zone, fault line, you could be shifting to a more safer location. So yes, you could reduce some part of it, but the instance itself happening is beyond the control of the company as an individual company. So that's where we call it an unavoidable risk.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheryl, for your informative presentation on the BCM and ERM. I just have one, I don't know if it's a question or inquiries, but can we take incidents, that happens, so incident-based, risk as a risk. So it's not because when you said you need to find it, you said it's the likelihood of happening. So sometimes we do, in the operations of a business, we do face with incidents, and the severity of incidents varies. So some of these risks, can we take incidents as a risk when we do our risk assessment? Thank you.
Incidents as a risk? Sorry, I didn't get
Like, you know, like let's say, you know, in an organizations where you have, can we give the, you know, the hacking or security,
Yes.
the cyber security. So that's an incident.
Yes.
Yeah. So when we do a regular risk assessment,
Yes.
can we take it from the incidence perspective or only the likelihood? Because this is what I wanted
Yes.
just to
No,
make.
hacking, to me,
That's an
it's a-
example I
Yes,
gave
yes.
only. It
So
could be a
if-
leaking, it could be, you know, again, any other things. You know, the pandemic, the whole COVID
Yes.
made a disruptions in our
Yes.
all institutions, yeah?
Yes, yes.
So that was, again, it's not incidents, but it was a catastrophic throughout the
Yes.
globe, yeah?
Yes.
So I just gave that as an example. Thank you.
Right, right. No, so, and specifically picking up on that example also, one would look at that event happening, like a hacking happening, it is an incident, but that will have to be, so you will have to again put in all the preventive controls, measures, and plus the risk transfer. So that's where the cyber insurance probably comes in place. But it will have to start from, so all the 4 aspects of managing the risk will have to be addressed. It is an incident and it will have to be treated as an incident. Any risk event, so something which depends on something happening out of the ordinary, then that's an incidence. Something which is your regular business operations and it could go wrong, that's probably more of a process failure. But if something external happens which affects your business, that I would typically call it as an incident or incidents which is affecting which is causing a risk, which could be having an impact. I hope I answered your question.
Hi, and thank you for your presentation. I have a question regarding the linkage of BCM and disaster recovery plan. When do you say that you stop the BCM and start the disaster recovery? Like for instance, if I have a station and an incident happened that requires you to stop and you cannot continue business by any means possible. So how do you identify whether this, now we apply the BCM or we shift right into DRP? And if there are 2 separate teams, is there a way to set a governance tone and well, the stoppage of someone's role in the interfering of the other, and yeah, how do you combine both, or how do you separate both?
Okay, so if I get you right, your question is more on the BCM or the BCP maybe and the DRP, right? So as I said earlier, BCM is the approach that you would follow, the methodology which you would follow to make your plan, which will include the IT disaster recovery plan and which will also include your business continuity plan. Now, when an event or a disaster happens, at that time, first thing you have to do is to recover from that. So if there is a damage, you have to recover from that damage, and then you have to continue your basic business, the critical operations, the critical processes of the business, which are bare minimum required to ensure that the business is able to continue. So it will depend on every business how much time you take to recover from that, and the RTOs and RPOs, the recovery time objective, which you would have defined to decide within how much time you want to recover, that will also be a guiding force to decide. Maybe I'm saying if it's a bank, let's say, I will not be able to afford even 1 minute of delay in the operations to start by. Maybe if it's some other business, probably you could live with 1 day business not being operating, let's say. So that will be guiding as to how much time you have to recover, how much time you don't mind losing, because any methodology to be put in, any plan to be put in, it will come at a cost. And I think the one part of your question is, when do you go back to the normal function, normal operations? That is what you meant, right? So I think that will again depend on the disaster that has happened. So if a disaster has affected your IT systems, let's say, like a hacking incident, then you will have to go back to your normal function when all your IT systems and things have been recovered back to normalcy. and you are able to function at the full force. So it will depend on what measures you have put in place, how much you have invested, and how soon you want it to be recovered and to be back to normal. So it's not a clear answer, but it will all be defined in the planning stage itself, because what is acceptable to your business? Can I really be in the disaster mode or the safe mode, as they say, safe mode for 1 month? Maybe my business can afford it, so I invest less in the plan itself, in implementing the plan itself. So it will depend business to business, but that will be defined in that company's plan as to within how much time I want to be back to normal. And the sooner I want to be back to normal, I would be spending typically more on getting the plan in place.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for your presentation. I just have a question regarding the documentation for business continuity. It is proper to have like a business continuity plan which include inside it business impact analysis and recovery strategy, because it's linked at the end. You define the impact or the risk in a specific function, and then you define the way how to recover if something happened to this. So my question is, what's the most professional way to reporting BCM or business continuity plan?
To document the plan, you mean
Document.
to document the plan. So documentation is important.
Or the structure of business continuity plan. It can be like a business impact analysis included in the document, same document with the recovery strategy, or there is another way of reporting.
Okay. So there are two purposes of documenting a plan, or any documentation for that matter. One is you need to have the steps handy when you have to implement it. Like in the disaster event, you want to know exactly what steps to follow, who should follow that step, what are the contact numbers, all those things. So that's the action plan. Another purpose of any documentation is the maintenance and continuity of that process itself. So for example, I want to also learn as a company, I want to learn from my own BCM, my BCP. In the event of a disaster, what really happened? What was the business impact analysis I had done at that time? Why I decided that this is the method I will adopt? So all that has to be documented in the overall BCM documentation. Now, whether it has to be the same document, whether the business impact analysis has to be shared with everyone in the company, no. So that's where you can decide which portions are meant for whose eyes. The actions to be taken have to be shared with the people who are supposed to do the actions. They should know what I'm supposed to do if a disaster happens, what my role will be if a disaster was to strike, or depending on what disaster strikes. But documentation is definitely necessary. It needs to be there. And probably the BCM team will have to have the complete documentation of the approach which was followed, because that's when they will be able to revise the approach, maintain it current for the latest situation, amend it as and when there are changes in the business environment. So the documentation has to be complete with all those aspects. Whom you share with which parts of that document, that will depend on the need to know basis. The need to know rule will have to be applied for that. All right, so thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ashwini, for the great insight on BCM and ERM. I would like to invite Ms. Amara Ibad Ali, or Mr. Mandeep Singh, or both, from OSS at this point, just to show their gratitude and present a token of appreciation to Ms. Ashwini. If you could please remain with us on stage for a minute, sorry. All right, so our second session of the day is on a very important hot topic in the world lately. So it is on health and safety, where we will key in on risks as well as the impact of its interactions on overall enterprise risks. So our specialized expert on the topic today is Mr. Joyveer Doot. He is the head of quality health and safety training business at Genetico Oman. He worked in risk management through the UN with the ILO. He's an occupational safety, and in addition to working in occupational safety and health, he's also an aeronautical and fire engineer and a researcher and professor at Edinburgh University. So I'd like to welcome up Mr. Joyveer.
Well, now I am audible. If this system fails, we'll apply the BCM, or the Disaster Recovery Plan. And the Disaster Recovery Plan is my own voice, if ladies and gentlemen all agrees with it. So again, I'm telling, good morning, Muscat. Salam alaikum, Muscat. How are you all doing today? So today my presentation basically is into the health and safety aspects of it. And the reason of it is, just let me put it here. And how does the health and safety risks interacts with enterprise risk? Now, as our previous speaker was telling like what enterprise risk is, I'm not going in detail, and you all people know about that. That any enterprise or any business, or in the sense even when we get up from the bed, even our livelihood is all about risk, managing risks. When you get up from the bed, until the time you get again in the bed in the night, we all deal with the risk, isn't that? Risk is a part of our life, and we all need to know how to manage that. That's all. And enterprise risk management is when you do a business, when you are into a business, that particular business has certain amounts of risk, which is internal, as well as something which is external and beyond your control. Now, today's topic, what I am going to talk about, is a health and safety risk within the enterprise risk. And why is that? Why the organization is formed, with whom the organization is formed, is the key answer to it. Why we are today in this room? Who are we? Humans, correct? Enterprise, organization. It is consisting of whom? There is a species called Homo sapiens. That means me, you, and all. So if the risk of this Homo sapiens or the actual asset of the organization is not managed properly, imagine what will happen to the overall risk or enterprise risk of an organization. So today what we are going to talk about the most important asset of an organization, which is people. We talk about people, we talk about processes, we talk about technologies. But if there is no people, no processes, no technologies. So my talk is all about the key element of any organization, which is people, and hence the health and safety and its interaction with the enterprise risk. Now, I wanted to show you this picture. We all know about risk, right? Risk is a part of our life. Imagine a small boy who is facing the sumo wrestler. What is about it? He knows that he cannot manage the big sumo wrestler, but sometimes the requirement might be. Similarly, in any organization, when you work upon, and there would be some situation comes like that, and how do we deal that? Similarly, when we swim, for a fun purpose or for what, in the open ocean, we do not know what is in the ocean. There is something which we are not aware of, which is not, we are not seeing that risk, which is not a visible risk. When we are doing a scenario planning or when we do a horizon scanning, some of the time, the risks we might not see. So how do you manage that? That's also a part of our life. Third, which looks a little funny, would you ever hold a bullseye on a soldier's gun, in front of a soldier's gun? Probably that's absolutely avoidable risk. We must not. My life is at risk. Your life will be at risk if you do that. Isn't that, ladies and gentlemen? Now, what is risk? I know all the professionals here in this room knows what is risk. As per the literal meaning, it is a situation involving exposure to danger. And exposure to danger is intrinsic. It's absolutely intrinsic. Every, not only human being, but every creation on this planet Earth has risk for surviving. Now, another definition is, it is a product of the consequence and probability of a hazard event or phenomenon. The risk is like, we call it a very easy formula, it is nothing but probability times severity. And the risk is a potential of gaining or losing something of value. Now, for example, I'm walking here, and while walking, probably I drop, say, 25 cents. It does not matter to me. That 25 cents is not a value to me. So losing it probably is not that big risk. But if while I walk here on the dais and I lose $1,000, it matters to me. That's a risk for myself. So that is what it says, that it is losing something of value. Please understand, risk is not losing everything. Risk is all about, from a business perspective, risk is losing something of value. And when we talk about health and safety, what is that value? Life. Life. It is not replaceable. It cannot be replaceable. Now, what is risk? Many people say risk is equal to uncertainty. What we cannot see is a risk. Beyond these doors, beyond that door is the risk. Is it so? The answer is no. Risk is not actually uncertainty. Then what is risk? Risk is equal to uncertainty that matters. For me, it is within the context. You have to draw the boundary. You have to draw the context within which the risk matters to you. Probably the risk for you might not be the risk for me. So it's very important, ladies and gentlemen, to draw the conclusion, to draw the box, to draw the line, to draw the boundary of your context for that particular risk. And which is why we call risk is equal to uncertainty that matters. Now, according to ISO 31001, you all know what is ISO 31001. Risk is the effect of uncertainty on objectives. From a business perspective, every business has a business objective. If that risk is hampering that objective of yours, that is a business risk. If that risk is not hampering your business objective, it is not a risk for you. Be smart on that. For example, your neighbor has certain issues, but that issue is not hampering your survivability or your goodwill things, anything. So your neighbor's risk might not be your risk altogether. So you have to be very focused that what risk is actually matters to you. And when we call from a health and safety perspective, because we are dealing with people, in my organization, the people working for us is absolute value for us. It's a value for us. And which is why the risk of human, the risk of people does matters to us, does matters to an organization, which is why health and safety risk is the key risk factor in any enterprise risk of any organization. Now, what is enterprise risk? You all learned people know about it, which is why I'm not going deep into it. Just a sort of a model which we have created. Like enterprise risk is basically a basket of all the risk if you talk about. It is strategic risk, it is operational risk, it's financial risk, and I call something also as human factor risk. And actually, if you see, when we do business, the business is done by the humans. We all are into our psychology, isn't that? My psychology is different than your psychology. How do I think? You probably perceiving a risk in a very different fashion. So there, the human factor comes into play. And any enterprise risk, when you do an enterprise risk, and after that enterprise risk, you do whatever the things like strategic risk, operational risk, tactical risk, and whatsoever. The one key element I always advocate is to think about human psychology. How do we as a human think? As much as possible. There would be definitely something which will be beyond the dose, but that is very important. Now, in human risk factors, there are very key elements comes up. And one of the major key element which comes up that we call is better of assessing frequency than probabilities. We are wired as such. Humans are wired as such. Our brain is being wired naturally to assess frequency more than the probabilities. What is that? If something in my lifetime happening, we can know that how many times it happens. Or if I may give an example, it is again within the context. If you take a coin and I say 0.5% is your chances that when you flip your coin it will be the head, and the context is infinity. Half of the time you will flip the coin 2.2 heads. But that what happens is it gives the frequency. The probability, basically the frequency something is relative. Always remember the frequency is relative. And probability is what? How many times it will occur. So human brains are like that. It is designed. But when we do the exercise, when we study the material, when we talk to the experts, our human brain can also be trained in assessing the probabilities. That is what from a human factor. And many accidents, I will be doing a case study on that. How does it happens? And the second is confusing during complex situations. Human brain. Our human brain normally are linearly fashioned. Linear. We think linear. We love linear things. We do not love complex things. And that is when we assess the risk, we do not see a lateral view of it. And that is when the point we miss many of the risks which may come for our organization. Then third is halo effect. How many of you are aware of this effect, halo effect? Halo effect? Well, I will tell you, it's very interesting. Let me tell you something, or give you an example. Ladies and gentlemen, what is this? What is this? This is a mic. Why it is a mic? Because somebody has said, and all your life you know it is Mike. But Mike is a person's name as well. Correct? Correct or wrong? We are calling it Mike because somebody else in our life, we know that somebody has called itself Mike. That is what is halo effect. Somebody say, your principal in the room. Your principal in the room says something that this is what it is. It is his perspective because the person is in a frame or is in a position of power and influence. We try and we intend to believe him. In health and safety, this is a very important factor. Sometimes when you are in the boardroom, your CEO might say 10 years down the line, we did not have any accident. And I can tell you, my organization is one of the safest one. The same thing happened in Occidental, if I may quote that. when the Piper Alpha happened. You might have known many people of that. The CEO said 10 years down the line, no accident has happened, and then Piper Alpha happened. So there was an halo effect to the people down that somebody influential is saying that it is safe, so I am safe. We are safe. That is called halo effect. In halo effect, another thing is there, we call it as a negative halo. What is negative halo? For example, I am talking to you, but you don't believe on my credibility. Or my experience, I have not done so good. So when I tell you something, even though if I have done a lot of homeworks and things, you will not believe me. That is called as negative halo effect. And these two effects extremely affects in health and safety risk assessments. Another one is recency bias. Now recency bias is very important thing, that how important is that subject to you and how recent is that event has occurred to you. For example, if I may say something, guys, are you aware of 1920 Spanish flu? How many of you are aware of 1920 Spanish flu? Please raise your hand. I can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. Well, now let me answer a question another. How many of you are aware of COVID-19? Please raise your hand. How many of you are aware of COVID-19? Almost all. That is what is recency bias, because 1920 and 2020, 100 years. Something immediately has happened. It's ingrained in your brain. But Spanish flu is not ingrained in your brain. So when you do enterprise risk assessments and all, it's important that within the scope of your enterprise, you also need to show some historical data with some researchers. That's very important. The next is confirmation bias. We all, as a human being, have been bitten by this bug called confirmation bias. I want confirmation as whatever I say. You want confirmation of whatever you say. And the best example, my dear friends, on a lighter note, is none other than our wives. Isn't that? With all due respect to ladies. My wife wants everything to be confirmed by me. Even she is wrong. That's a confirmation bias. And in risk assessment, it does happen. If I'm in a strong position, say I'm the head of the department, and I said, this door is dangerous. I'm not a civil engineer, for example, but I will try to confirm my bias with somebody else. You know, my friend, do you know, 20 years before, the similar door somewhere has fallen and 2 people have died. You said, yes, my friend, I have seen in that majlis it's fell. Here you go, my friend. So that's a confirmation bias the human psychology acts on. We as a risk assessors, we as enterprise risk assessors need to be away from these biases. My talk today is almost all of that. Get out of these biases. This is very important. The third thing is is false sense of security. False sense of security. Well, I will give an example of that again. 2021, August 21st. I was in India and I was driving a motorbike. I'm a biker. So once upon a time, I have done a biking from Dubai to London as well. So I was very confident that I'm a biker and I was driving on the roads of Mumbai, India. How many of you have driven bikes in Mumbai? Oh, well, you know how it is. So I was thinking that I am the safest, false confidence in me. I'm the biker. I have driven from Dubai to London. What's about Mumbai? And I was driving, somebody came and hit me from behind, and I had 6 broken ribs. Imagine, if I was careful that day, that I am driving in a very dangerous road, probably I could have saved myself because I was self-confident and I was in a false sense of safety and confidence that I'm a very good biker, nothing can happen to me. Similarly, in organization, it happens when you say that my health and safety systems are robust. My health and safety people are very good. We don't need to train them. They are the masters. That is the time when you fall in a trap of false sense of safety. Get rid of these biases again. Then again, it comes on anchoring basis bias. Anchoring bias is something, we call it like, one accident has happened, and this particular accident has cost 100 million. So what happens in the human brain is, Similar incidents, we will always try to anchor it within that 100 million. But some other accidents, similar accident can even cost more. In my case study, I will show how it is. And then there comes under is influence of rewards and punishment. I need not have to go in detail. Every human being have an influence of rewards and punishment. If I do good and if you reward me, I will keep doing good. And in health and safety, what happens sometime? We cut corners. We cut corners. Why? Production goes high. Now that wall has to come, but the resources are not there. You have to cure that cement, but the water wasn't there, but you said, do it here. Yalla habibi, do it. We want, because the engineer wants that wall by tomorrow. When you do that wall, your engineer comes and pat in your back. So you are smart enough to cut the safety again. But the day that wall falls down and kills some people, nobody is going to pat your back. You will be regretting yourself. So that's very important, and that's the reason I said. And all this human factor, what it does, it shifts to the health and safety risks and the psychology of the people, which affects altogether the enterprise risk. Now, this is something I call, and when I was doing my research, basically I'm doing a research again on return on investment of health and safety on a medium-sized construction business. So during my research, I found out this one, and it's very interesting. We call it as a bullwhip effect. Bullwhip effect you might be knowing in supply chains, right? Bullwhip effect and ripple effects. But in health and safety, how does it relate to? Now in health and safety, bullwhip effect in terms of safety is when a very small variations or unsafe act conditions occurs in an organization, and it is accepted by the leadership as a norm, resulting in a catastrophic or a major incidents down the line. So small things happening in your organization. For example, small thing, right? You all accepted. I did not fall. I'm back on the dais. Near miss reported? Probably not. Because it's a small thing. Joyver has just stepped on. But because there was no boundary, accepted as a norm. Accepted as a norm by the leaders of the business. Someday, 2 days back, somebody else comes in, walks in, and falls and breaks his shoulder because of the bullwhip effect. Because of we accepted something which was not right. Similarly, what happens is a ripple effect. After a major incident has occurred, the brand equity and financial losses can take a long time to recover. And these ripples can not only affect one organization, but entire sector. What is that? After a major incident has happened, after a major catastrophic incident has happened, the brand equity of that organization, that means reputation, is at stake. Correct? To build that, you need ages. Similarly, the financial losses can be in billions or millions. To recover that, you need again some years. Moreover, for example, if you are in a construction industry, and something has happened, it does not only remains in your company, but it can affect the entire company, entire sector, construction sector. That is what happens in a ripple effect of a major catastrophic event. Now, a quick case study. I think you all know about it. Excuse me with the graphics, but I seriously wanted you to see what happened in 1984 in India in Bhopal gas leakage. The Bhopal gas tragedy happened in 1984 in India. I think many of you are aware of it, right? A gas called methyl isocyanide gas, or we call as an MIC, which is very poisonous, leaked from the plant of Union Carbide and killed around 2,259 as per the records. As per the records. And affected 500,000 people in nearby area even when I am speaking to you today. The children are getting born even while I am speaking to you today in that area without hands, without feet, or with missing vital organs. This is the effect, the ripple effect of that catastrophe. Now, I'm not going in detail what has happened. Basically, it was a complete failure of risk. Complete enterprise failure. that from a design where the gas has to be put and when it was washed, the water has to be put, it has to be marked with a red and blue, so the operator should not have a human bias. That was not done. So the water was pumped into a wrong intake, and where the methyl isocyanide gas was there, it came up and it flew all across, and many people died even while they were sleeping. So I'm not going in detail into that what has happened. Another very important factor was, see from an enterprise risk assessment, plant initially welcomed at Bhopal for its economic potential. When the plant was coming, the people, the Indian government and the people from there, they were welcoming. Wow, we are getting the plant, we're getting an employment. Located 2 miles from the city center, surrounding population expanded significantly because of the construction activity, economic activity was increasing. Government classified plant as general, non-hazardous, even though the process was having this MIC, methyl isocyanide gas. And after this incident, they said that a hazardous industry zone should be there within 15-mile zones. Imagine, after the incidents, post-incidents, the government of India said, no, hazardous industry should be out of 15 miles from the city zone, and that particular industry was done and was facilitated within the 2 miles of the city center. That's the entire collapse of enterprise risk. Full collapse of that, because no thought of it. Nothing was thought of it. It was purely on the basis of economical gain. And what happened after that is very interesting. I'm not going in detail. The failure was actually a health and safety issue overall and was preventable. It was quite preventable, but affected the enterprise risk, enterprise which is called as Union Carbide. This incident made Union Carbide to close its business interests in India altogether. The case has gone to ICJ, International Court of Justice, and that time and still today, Union Carbide has immense reputational loss. Even today, Union Carbide, you hear about it, that Bhopal one, the first thing comes in your mind. Now I'm talking about dollars, very important for businesses. That time, 1987-89, when the courts were giving this thing, around $500 million was spent. $500 million was spent in 1989 out of court settlement. Unrecorded, other cost, unaccounted for. Now let me get into the ripple effect. 1989, $500 million with inflation rate factored in. Today, it cost this much. How much is this, ladies and gentlemen? 1.2 billion. Isn't that? You can check on what is the ripple effect of a catastrophic. Why? Because of a failure of an enterprise risk assessment. Why? Because the health and safety risk was not managed properly. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Joyvier, first off, for teaching us that sometimes neglecting the calculation of your risks gives you the opportunity cost of breaking 6 ribs. And also thank you for enlightening us with your knowledge on health and safety risk management. I'd like to, at this point, again invite Ms. Amar to the stage to show our gratitude and present you with a token of appreciation. Thank you. Sorry, yes.
Please go ahead. Yes, please.
We have time? Okay, perfect. Sorry. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
I am Salim Naamani, of course, and thank you for your lecture. I have a say risk bring rizq. Rizq is a health in Arabic. So risk bring rizq.
Correct.
Whenever there is a risk, somebody else will get wealthier. Like whatever happened in COVID, we have IT technology boost.
True.
We have people, hospitals, more modern now technologies are there. Of course, there are some side effects on the others, business collapse, of course, but now we are here with, we win in the final.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I completely agree, yes, the risk gives a risk, but there is something called, because we all are from one clan called as a Homo sapiens and human beings, there should be something which is ethical. We do the transaction which must be ethical. I will not do anything which will harm anybody of it. So that's what is very much required. Thank you gentlemen, thank you so much. Any more? Yes, please.
I just want to comment on one thing. The same government has given permission to have this plant within 2 miles, right? And the same government says it has to be 15 miles. Yes. And the same government sent the case to the court. So this is something making confusion. Who's responsible?
See, ultimately, who is responsible? It's a big question and very good question actually. My child, who is 4 years old, other day she was running around and she got angry and she threw a stone on a boy who is 3 years old. And that little boy had a cut on his forehead. Now the question comes, who is responsible? 4 years old girl? Probably not. Responsible is the father. Isn't that? The responsible is the father. Responsible is the government. The government who gave the permission in the first place of what? Setting an industry within 2 miles of the city. They failed. Why they failed? Because they did not selected the right person to do the right job, or unofficially, out of the record, there might be a corruption. I'm not saying that maybe you all know about it. There were some certain corruption. There were lack of governance, if I may say. There were lack of governance which has happened. 2 miles set. Habibi, how could you do that?
Now you did count how many millions dollars being counted, how much the effect. What's the hidden one, which is the effect on the human being? As you said, people are still until now
Absolutely.
born without hand, without this.
Absolutely.
This is something that's not a risk, a disaster. It should be. You can avoid. Or you can have something that regarding the 1 billion or even 10 billion.
True.
That's not a human. It's one generation or more than generation will be affected.
Absolutely. Yeah. I agree with you. And if I may quote with you all permission in Holy Quran in Surah Maida, verse number 32, if I may just translate it in English, that Allah Almighty has said to us that if you save one human, I will consider that you have saved all humanity. So it is a commandment of God, and we all human beings needs to follow that. And that's the things we all human beings has to be there today, and which is why health and safety is so important.
Hi. Joy here.
Yes.
Yeah. Right hand side, Joy. To your right.
To my
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. In fact, COVID has really given opportunity, particularly to consider risk from health and safety perspective. So, what is the best or ideal risk management tool or technique you suggest? Let's say a board meeting or senior executives, CXO suits, people gathering together and something comes up. So for the organization, that is a biggest risk, or top executives together and something goes wrong. So in risk management terms, what is the best ideal way to approach
Well, if I have
such situations?
if I have understood your question rightly, you are saying that in a board meeting, if people are sitting and discussing about a risk, if something goes wrong out of the blue, what to do?
Not discussing.
Okay.
I'm saying something goes wrong within that boardroom itself.
Okay.
So because like COVID has also.
Yes.
So safety, what we generally look risk from the operational point of view.
Right.
As you rightly said, the human resource, that's the biggest risk. So let's say executives
Right.
are traveling.
Right.
What I heard is like Unilever people used to travel a lot for the
Yes.
regular meetings.
Yes.
After COVID, they have really thought on that, and then they restricted their travel.
I understand. And you are absolutely right, and a very good question again. Now, I always had I would not say argument, but a discussion whether COVID-19 was a black swan event or a grey rhino event. Now, are you aware of what is black swan event and a grey rhino? It is a white swan. Yes, actually yes. Now, many people say that COVID just came out of the blue. It's a black swan. We did not thought of it. But if you see in a hindsight, there were signs and signals of MERS, bird flu and everything, SARS in Middle East. So for some experts, risk experts, they say, no, it was not a black swan, but it was a grey rhino. Now, to answer your question, in case if something happens in the boardroom, now we know that, yes, COVID is there. During the COVID, what happens? We were not sitting in the boardroom, but what we are doing is we were into the Teams or in the Zoom meeting. Much more safer. Similarly, every organization, I believe, even yours, during the COVID, has a COVID protocol. Even the country like Oman, they have the protocol, COVID protocol. For example, the system of people coming from high-risk area to the airport, even today, you might hear that there's something, more cases are going up in China. So some of the airports, they have said that if you are coming from those high-risk zone, you have to have a RT-PCR, you have to have a vaccination. What it does, it brings the risk to the acceptable level. We all have a risk appetite. It's similar to our stomach. How much I can eat a roti or a chapati? I can eat 2 chapati. Similarly, you can eat 4 chapati. That is your risk appetite, and 2 chapati is my risk appetite. So within our risk appetite, we have to set how much I can accept. So in a boardroom as well, it is a call of the board and the organization, how much acceptance to the risk is there. When it comes to life, if you ask me as an expert, I would say do Zoom meeting if there is a COVID, or there is a situation of infectious disease, I will say do Zoom meeting. Or put mask as much as you can, put the sanitizers and do the meeting and ensure that you are sitting 2 meters away.
Point here was, these are the preventive measures.
Yes.
What if this thing happens? As an ECP perspective,
Okay.
what should be the organization planning to see that the overall financials are not impacted? Like we go for an alternate risk transfer, like taking insurance or D&O covers or something like that.
See, if you remember when the COVID struck, how many insurance were accepting COVID claims? None. Now they are doing the insurance, are claiming the COVID claims. So from a financial aspect, yes, something has happened. How best you can deal with the situation? If somebody is infected, the first and foremost as a health and safety practitioner, I will say, save his life. Forget about the business and the financial part of it, save his life, save his fellow human life, then think of the financial things. If you lose $1, my friend, I'm pretty sure after 15 days you can earn another $1. But if you lose a person, after 150 years also, you will not get the same person on the board. So as a health and safety profession, I will profess save the person's health. For a while, leave little bit the financial aspect of it when it comes to something like COVID. Have I answered your question? Thank you. Yes, dear.
It's not a question, just you reminded me something about Bhopal, because after this incident, about 3 years after this incident, I met somebody whose face had become total white.
Yes.
And he had lost one half finger, small finger, and the thing which must have happened at that time, the governance was there, but the compliance to the governance was not done. Possibly that could be the reason. Means we are just deliberating after 30, 40 years of time.
Actually, I would say I partially agree with you. You will say that you are saying that governance was there, but compliance wasn't there. Now, my question to you would be, if governance was there, why not the compliance was there? Governance is meant for any organization to ensure the compliance is there, for any system. So, in a nutshell, if you see that it's a total system collapse, isn't that?
Correct.
And I do agree that still I have seen many people suffering, and we pray to Almighty that everybody gets right there. Yes, please.
I'll ask a brief question quickly. So would you say in the last remark that it would be a key thing to address the implementation of the policy that is supposed to be addressing these risks?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely, yes.
You brought a very interesting, the components, which are health and safety, as part of the risk. Now, when we see most of the organizations, mainly gas, energy, they are very much into the health and safety. But if you look around, most institutions, government, non-profit, I don't know, I have not seen much of health and safety standards, governance, policies embedded within their, government. So how we can really put that as a part of the business or objectives? We see others, because let's give an example. If we look at PDO, they're really so much into the health and safety, and that's why they have ensure all the occupational health and safety standards, and they want to be compliant because that's a very high risk there. If we go and see into the, let's say, health entities, I'm not really sure, okay? Maybe, there's some precautions, and I'm sure there are, especially for the infectious diseases.
Right.
Now, let's say because I come from financial institutions, more of a government and a regulator, I'm not sure if there is already such a things to embed, make it like it's part of the organization's must, occupational health and safety, to be visible, to be really implemented. As you nicely put it, it impacts the assets, the human resource. Yes. And while I was driving, I was just hearing in the radio, and it says, a few years, maybe not a few years, but in the coming years, maybe the artificial intelligence will take place, so a lot of humans will be not there, and we have to take care of, these artificial robots will be invading us. But I'm just thinking of how the human assets we really need to be at an institutional level. We have seen a lot of ISOs, in the quality management. Right. We have seen a lot of ISOs in the risk management, in the environmental, but they touch upon only these institutions that they have related into the field.
Correct.
So, thank you.
Thank you, and fantastic question, actually, madam. I would say safety is a culture. The organization needs to set its tone on this organizational culture called as a safety culture. Now, as you pointed out, right, that in oil and gas, the safety culture is something which you really see, that everybody is aware of that safety culture. And there is a reason for it, madam, I will tell you. I come from a country called India. Now, I will tell you something, and you can understand the difference. The cost of the human, the replacement cost. Let me be very clear on that. If something happens on an oil and gas, of a technician, oil and gas technician, to replace him, I have to spend a lot of dollars into it, because he is a competent fellow. But imagine in an unregulated industry, coming from where I am coming from a construction industry, if I lose a plumber, probably it will not take me more than 5 minutes to get a replacement of his. Isn't that? So there, what happens, the cost of the human, number one. So how can I say that this cost of the human is mitigated? Once as a CEO of the organization, the owner of the organization, everybody in the organization takes on the philosophy of the safety culture, that everybody, human beings, has to have a culture which is called as interrelated culture. Now, health and safety cultures, there are many phases. Maybe in some other talks we can talk about it, but it's very important that we take, all the organizations should take it as a factor that safety culture should be embedded into the organizational culture, and safety should not be priority. My closing statement will be, safety must not be priority for an organization. it should be a value to the organization, because priority can be changed tomorrow due to the situation, but value never changes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Joyvier. Do we have any further questions? We'll ask you to remain with us at the front for just a moment. Mr. Joyvier?
Yep.
We'll just like to present our gratitude to you, if that's okay. I'd like to welcome Ms. Amar up to the stage.
On the stage?
Yes,
Okay.
please. And we'll just like to present you this token of appreciation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Same here. Same here. I will do it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think. Here you go. Thank you.
So much. Okay, I'd like to kindly welcome Mr. Mandeep from OSS to the stage for a brief announcement.
Good morning again to all of you here. Hope all of us here, including me, are getting a bit of learning this morning here, and wish that as the day progresses, we'll get more insights, not only into the effectiveness of the enterprise management, as both of our speakers, Ms. Ashwini, who has delved a lot into connection of ERM and BCM. It's kind of chicken and egg equation, or occupational health and safety, or HSE sustainability, where the world is most likely heading to. Thank you all for your patience, for listening to our wonderful speakers so far. As the day progresses, we'll have much more to learn. Before I stand between you and your breakfast, immediately after the break, which we are slipping into right now, our next speaker is going to be Mr. Hikmat, after the break, of course. And then we'll have further things to do. During the break, please feel free to do whatever networking you wish to. We'll have ample time, half an hour for the breakfast and your networking thing. We join back in half an hour time from now. And since all of you have taken your busy time from your working day today, I'm quite sure you might have some emails to answer, some phone calls to do, and some other pressing business demanding things. So thank you so much for sparing your time. See you back in half an hour. Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah. Hello all, welcome back. I just want to give you a 5-minute notice so that we can proceed with the workshops. If you could please proceed towards the banquet hall as soon as possible. Thank you. We would like to welcome everybody back to the banquet room, please, so that we can proceed with the next workshop. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome everybody back to the banquet hall so that we can begin the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please kindly ask everybody to return back to the banquet room. All right, as everybody begins to return back to the banquet, I'd like to welcome you back. I hope you enjoyed your break and networking opportunity and are all feeling refreshed. Our next session is on ERM and BCM within the insurance industry. People are walking in, okay. Our specialized expert on it is Mr. Hikmat Agha. He is the GM of Tamkeen Business and Investment, which focuses on partnership management and partnership management consultation. He's an expert in ERM within ISO standards, and he works within the financial and telecommunication markets. So please help me welcome Mr. Hikmat Agha.
It's all right. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, everyone. My name is Hikmat. As Ms. Talia introduced me, I come from a background in the insurance industry, and I wanted to talk about enterprise risk management from insurance perspective. I believe following the exciting two presentation of our earlier speakers, it's a risk to sit myself in here, but I hope it will go well. So basically, my presentation is focused about a personal experience on how to push the business continuity plan into the organization, and hence the earlier presentation were a little bit more general into defining the relation between business continuity plan and risk management, and with health and safety with Dr. Joey also, which was an exciting and a lot of learning there. I would take a step back to tell what is pushing imposing ARM in organization in general, beyond gas and oil and gas industry, which is initiated by itself emissions inside the industry itself due to the risk factor that the business has. In the financial and insurance sector in particular, it was pushed from regulatory aspect. The regulator pushed, they want ERM, they want to impose it, they want to have it, and they push it on the boardroom to have documented risk management. And then the corporate started looking, okay, we want to, what is risk management? Let us put it. And here it started to develop, and I believe this started like 10 to 12 years back where it started to impose. And we were looking at this from insurance perspective, where our core business is dealing with risk. It's interesting because I believe in any organization, the true risk manager of a corporate is the CEO, where all the risk and decision has to be made. And the challenges that we were facing is pushing the organization to have decision-making, risk-based decision-making, and to have a place on the boardroom, and to be more involved into putting the risk and risk criteria, decisions, and KRI into the table, and informing people. And the challenges that the corporate normally used to face is the risk register that we are updating mostly. It's not proactive, it is all legacy. It's the collecting information, contribution with people. It's all challenges because all the risks that we have is qualitative, not quantitative, where we need to put how to eliminate and define what are the risks that we need to look at beyond the policy, to put things in practice. So in insurance industry, we have something called business continuity insurance, or business interruption insurance, which is also a very important factor when you put this together, and it will impact the cost of risk transfer. And so if I move on, I believe, so basically this is the definition, or what could be the importance of having business continuity plan into the role if making the business keeps going on, and remove the disruption of business and ensure that the essential processes are going on very well. And our first speaker, she was talking about the differences between business continuity plan and enterprise risk manager. In organizations where there is no defined role of a business continuity plan officer or a template, I believe the risk manager should step up and says, this is out of my role and my responsibility. I need to ensure that there is business continuity plan for the essential processes that are available. And when this started with us, I believe the first test to put this on practice before the COVID, I believe looking at what was going on at late 2019 around the world where lockdowns started to happen, someone, I believe, in the organization should ring the bell and tell the audience and the management that this is a risk that we are gonna face. What are we ready to do? And pandemic itself also, we have, because we update our risk register in a quarterly basis or as the standard, the practice. We have added pandemic, but no clear information on what would be the impact or how it will hit us. And nobody expected at that level in our industry that it can be that hard on us. So, pushing the people to the room, ringing the bells, bringing it to the attention of the board and the C-level team. And then we decide we already have an issued and authorized, approved ERM policy, but the limits of business continuity plan, it is not clear on it. So basically what we used to have into the framework, we define each and every factor or risk, and we say that if this happened, what would happen? And there's always a challenge that the companies have is quantifying risk and having the cost of risk. When this will trigger, how it will escalate to different level of the organization. Also, it has been defined in the policy or in the framework, but never put in practice, and somehow it is always challengeable. It's a point of view. It is not because of the problem of having clear data or analytic information from the organization or the organization that is normally happening, and analysis is happening on historical level, no clear forecast on what's going on or simulation how it will happen. So this is where we come and introduce what we said. We need to have a business continuity plan in place. And with the team, we have developed a business continuity plan that says if something happened, who should be addressed, what would be the main or level of escalation, alert, and it was done before the end of 2020. So it was a success, but then we said, based on, it was a bit general. Then we said there should be something response plan. It depends on the nature of any circumstances or risk or a catastrophe or a disaster, where we have said that in case of a certain, and that time it was the COVID on place, we said there should be a response plan document. And this talks about the essentials of business continuity. It's about people and process and infrastructure or IT digitalization. And at that level, most companies were very, I believe, early steps on digital, I believe, journey. And everybody knows that COVID has pushed companies to accelerate their digital journey. But most companies, even their call center, I believe it used to be very basic. We're only accepting call and taking messages. In some of the, I'm not talking about bank, maybe in the insurance industry. So there was a rapid pace to look at how we can make sure the essential processes are met and our customers are addressed correctly. So we look at the resources, we define the people who wants to be, and we categorize people like essential, the one who will be available at sites, the one who will be available remotely, and the one on standby. And then we ensure that the infrastructure available is also for them is accessible. They have access to their websites, to their devices, to the services of the internet, and to make sure that their customer, at the end customer, are answered and served. and especially when we're talking about the people who have a claim. So motor claim, property claim, those people, they are on need. When they reach for the insurance company, they want to make sure that their call is answered and satisfied. And luckily, within first, I believe, month or second month of 2020, the Capital Authority has checked and called every insurance company in the market, give us your business continuity plan. They want to see it. And I felt happy, it is ready. We don't want to go and rush and try to draft it and build it, and there's no panic. We were ready, and that's before lockdown. And through small testing with the team that we have, make sure that the testing is happening in a smaller group, that if this happens, how we can react. And the company I used to work for used to be located in a place called CBD area in Rui, and that area during the pandemic, it was in a full lockdown, not only like the other places where you can move normal hour, that's in full lockdown. And it was, I believe, a good exercise that it happened, and it happened successfully, and we moved on. So this is one aspect that I wanted to share with you, that this is a personal experience happened. How it happened, whose responsibility, it was not defined. I believe the role of risk manager is always to look at what is reported. I know the challenges I was facing, collecting information, registering risk, arguing with team, even scoring of risk, heat maps, all these challenges that sometimes you see it is only for discipline or for documentation, but in real value where it is. But in many cases, it has turned out to be very valuable, because when you are aware of the nature of the information, the business, and the analytic of the information you are having, you will be able to develop some sort of simulation or expectation, projection on what could go on. And especially if you are talking about financial risk, there are factors, indicators that can tell you what will move on and what will keep going on. So basically, this is what I was telling you about. It's about identifying risk based on your data intelligence, based on market risk, based on the key risk indicator that you have in place, and how you escalate it to the right team. The cooperation, I believe, of the board, as the gentleman before said, that it is risk management or ERM, it's a top-down, so it has to, and actually it is two-way street. It's top-down because if you have the support and empowerment of the board and of the CEO, your mission will be successful and will be easier. But still, there are things that is happening that not documented, or even sometimes it does not need to be documented, but you need to react or to act within that space and keep it all available within the document that you have. So after defining what is the business continuity plan policy in general, which is a general document, can be only one paper, what we will do, how we will act, and then we go to the response plan, which will go into details. In the details, we have built up even the name of each and every asset is available. And speaking of Dr. Joy, what was speaking about, was very important is the health and safety of our assets as the employee. That, okay, we want business to carry on, but we want to make sure those people are safe, are in a good place. And put all the scenarios, take the approval of the board on what's happening there, and to make sure all the assets needed are available and in place. And then also definitely it's prioritizing what is the processes that we need to use or to have access to during that critical area or critical time. So we did put it onto testing, we put it into maintenance, we review, but it was in a short time, so it was effective, I believe. And it should be always reviewed based on the nature of risk. So in my experience in different type of businesses, other than the pandemic, where I believe in the insurance industry, we see like one time there was a factory which was blocked away from their employees and customers because of a flood for a certain time. Customer has no access to that area. And this is part of their risk as having accessibility to their work. They never thought that they will never have access to that workplace. And different scenarios where we can talk about in a minute, where we can see the relation between business continuity planning and the proper business interruption insurance. So basically, from the insurance perspective, if we want to look at some clients who wants to buy a business interruption, the first evaluation will be what safety measure they have in place, what sort of business plan they have, how it will be happening, and how it can be react, whether tested or not. And based on that, there will be the cost. And as we are in risk management teams here, or as professionals, there is always the cost of risk transfer. So one time there was the cost of, like, everybody was speaking about cyber attacks and hacking. And then let's see what happened. We are all going digital. Let us see how much it will cost us to buy cyber insurance. And if you see the questionnaire of cyber insurance, it will be like 10 to 15 pages. It should be at the highest IT degree to fill it. And then they will give you the quotation. And based on the information, which is the safety and security measure that you apply, you will realize what would be the cost. The highest quality of safety and backup and assurances that you have, the cost of the premium will be lower. And vice versa, it would be higher. And sometimes we received, I believe, or if the price is like, let's say, very expensive, sometimes you will accept the risk and say, okay, what is my daily income or revenue? And how much would I need to make that premium? Then you will decide whether to take that risk or invest in your security, because no matter what you do, still if you have that exposure, you have to go and develop in your security and safety. So business interruption has happened to many businesses other than insurance industry, I believe, if I move on. So what can be covered in business interruption covers? So basically, there will be loss of profit for organization. So now we are imagining that the loss has happened, the business has stopped. We need to focus on how to recover, to make sure that we have the resources and incomes to make sure that our business and revenue keep going on, that we are still be able to pay our rents, to pay for our staff and our supply chain demand. So basically, there will be increase of cost of working and dependent business interruption, utility service interruption. We had a case, I believe, a few years back where there was some internet cable was disconnected somewhere in a sea, and there was no internet power for a day or something. How does this impact the business, and can we cover it from an insurance perspective? So all these factors, it is not something that it's imaginary. It is something that we have it in practice. We have seen it. I believe the hazards that happen can be happening due to natural disasters. We talked about catastrophe. We talked about floods, cyclones. Also, fire happen, power cuttage, and restrictions due from government or authorities, and supply chain disruption and loss of key customers, as discussed. So there are many reasons that business continuity could happen, and it can be addressed from insurance perspective. These are like major key incidents that happened recently, I believe, or not recently for the 9/11 attacks, but the amount of claims happened from business interruption was in billions of dollars, and nobody could have seen it. So basically, there's no risk register can tell that these two towers could be hit at the same time on same level. These are also California fire that happened, another hurricane in Katrina. I believe let's not go very far to hurricanes. We can talk about Mykonos 2 years back. It was a big cyclone that hit in 2018, if I'm not wrong. It hit Oman. And many businesses, because we're out of business, they were not accessible, and there is no power in some places. And the role of the risk engineer in an insurance company was very clear. They moved on. immediately relocated to the place of the damage or the cyclone. They assisted business to get the resources to make the business keep going on. Not 100%, but 20%. For some businesses, maybe it's a relief. Okay, I have insurance, I don't worry, let the business interruption happen. But our core business is to make sure that, okay, if something happens, we will make sure that you will be compensated. But our role as a risk advisor is to make sure that you have the resources to keep going on. Also, I believe there was very famous incident a few years back in Suhar Aluminium. There was a big fire, I believe, and also the business interruption claim was in 100 million of US dollar. So these are real life scenarios that happen in our region. It's not something in a different continent or a different place. I believe Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, they have major floods that also caused business interruption and affected the business. Even in Dubai, a few years back in the night, New Year Eve, there was the Address Hotel big fire, also resulted in big claims and big business interruptions. So to focus again from the perspective of enterprise risk management, we know the categories of ERM that we have in our documents is like financial, operational, people, or the business risk, whatever reputational risk, somebody's claim, even reputational risk are not even a risk. What are the challenges that we have and how we can react to it? I believe the biggest challenges for us is having proper information and having risk management put into system and run simulation that can make things go and give us a better vision on how things could move on and move forward. And depending on old-fashioned Excel templates or sheets, it's not the right answer. I believe now there is big development in the digital space, especially into the risk management. And OSS, I believe, one of the supporter of similar risk management solution, where you will have better visualization on your risk and better understanding. And very important things that needs to be connected to ERM solutions is also project management, because what are the risks? The risks that our projects are not achieved or our objectives are not made. And when it is combined together in one system engine, and maybe you could have different dashboards or different reporting system, but connecting, because the challenge is how to make sure that my project is achieved within time, within budget, within the requirements that is specified on first place, why it is diverted, how we can control. You could be a smart genius having some working on different platforms, but if you have it in one place, it would make your life easy. And this will help, I believe, the risk manager have also on those type of digital platforms. Normally in organization, risk manager, it's not a large, or management, it's not a large team. It's a one guy or two gentlemen or ladies are working independently. But the concept of having risk champions from each and every department and unit, it will improve the accessibility and having more reliable information about the nature of a small details risk. And it will give motivation to the team and the people to be more involved and giving full picture on the system. Quantifying risk, I believe it's another challenge, but I believe I will leave that to Mr. John and Jimmy. I believe they will be the perfect to talk about it. In a nutshell, this is what we need to look at, how we can make a perfect relation between ERM, business continuity, and putting insurance as a safety net at the end of the process. So this is, I believe, most of my speech. I hope I was not too annoying for you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hikmat, for your time and your great insight on ERM and BCM in the insurance industry. At this point, we'd like to open up the floor if anybody in the audience has any questions.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Regarding the insurance and unexpected like force majeure. Sometime, whatever happened in COVID, most of the insurance, they said it's not covered because that's something new. So how you overcome this in future for unexpected, or we said force majeure? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The pandemic itself, it was an exclusion, a clear exclusion in most of the insurance policies. And all the policies were clearly saying pandemic is not covered. And how it was covered, I believe this will touch with what Dr. Jamie says in the earlier presentation, that the most valuable is more than profit is people. And okay, it's not covered, but let us cover it. It started as self-initiative from some of the large reinsurance companies, but later on it was forced by government. And I believe who can tell and define what is force majeure and says this is it is the government, it is the definition. And when I believe the medical institution, when it was declared that this is a pandemic, then it was moved on at, okay, it's a pandemic, we have to act as it. But I cannot, as a corporate, as a single country, come and say this is maybe what is a force majeure for me might not be for other, but on a larger scale, it has to come from regulator and authority. Hello.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay.
I just have one comment. Why exclusions always in small fonts? In all the insurance, exclusions always comes very small, teeny, tiny fonts that the clients cannot see it or even realize it. That's just as a comment. Sorry.
Yeah, I guess that's part of the psychology of...
Is it intentionally, I mean, or as you say?
Maybe it's a psychological. I believe it should be a lawyer who drafted those policy wordings, but I believe the one which matters, I believe it's always on red. So although it is in small font, but it is in red. And the problem that most of us, we always give our consent and approval without reading. And it happens to me, it happens to most of the people. Like I can sign into many websites and to attend a presentation or to download a document, and then do you consent to our terms and conditions, and without even looking. Yeah, and a few days only back, I was, during one of the video, I said, whenever you press, there is something that, you click, that you are not a robot. And then what happened when you press this? It appears that you give them authority to go to your history. How they will know that you are not a robot? It's not like only pressing. You give access to that website or organization to have access to your history and know everything about. So it's about us actually. Yeah. So if we read, but we trust. We are a human being of trust, and sometimes it is not right. Yeah. But we should be careful. And maybe there is some, I believe, background that we don't want you to look at what is not allowed. But it is always asked, do you understand the scope of your cover? What are the benefits that you are getting? We always focus when we are selling on the big benefits. But the exclusions, nobody have a look at it. But I believe the regulators normally take a good part of making sure that the end customer interests are protected. So out of the book exclusions, you cannot force it to customers. It has to be approved. So whatever available there, it took some approvals on some level. But it should be, I believe, more clarified to people.
Is Tamkeen business and investment is an insurance or it's an investment?
No, actually it's in the consulting or after sale business. Okay. Yeah, it's about building partnerships.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We just have a question over here.
Yeah, it's not a question. Basically, I'd like to clarify a few misconceptions about insurance. I am from insurance industry, and Mr. Aga just mentioned about Sohar Aluminum. So I'm the person who settled the claim. As you said, the address hotel fire happened on the first day of that 2017, and this incident happened on July 2017. I take pride that I have settled this claim within 8 months. Before settling address hotel fire, I personally went to London and I have settled it. I was the claims manager for that claim. And as a general perspective, as madam asked, why there is a fine line? We say fine lines. It's not a fine line. Basically what happens is a bigger risk. Whenever there is an insurance policy tendered to you, that is first being approved by regulator. In this case, CMA, or let's say in London market, there are reinsurance who takes the risk. Basically, insurance is an agreement. You tend to give some offer, and other party tend to give their terms to accept your offer. So you'll need to understand, it's not always everything is covered. Again, in insurance, there are two types of covers. One is like the mentioned perils policy, other one is all risk policy. All risk policy, you don't need to prove anything. Onus lies on insurer to prove that that is not going through the exclusion. So why exclusion? Because definitely it's not a charity. Whatever premium is collected, it's law of large numbers. The more risk people are gathering together, and I work for Takaful. So Takaful concept, we have cooperative insurance, same concept. So the more risk we have of the similar nature, less is the premium and less is the exposure to all the people. But if there is a customized or special risk, definitely there are less people and naturally the premium will be more to share it. Having said that, yes, there will be fine lines, but again there is a condition. After delivering the policy within first 15 days, if you go through it and if you feel like, no, that is not matching with your organization requirement, you can obviously go for a cancellation. That provision is there. So most of the time, big corporates, they nominate a broker. A broker is an entity who knows each and everything. They got the insurance expert on the panel. So they were supposed to study. So yes, we do feel, oh, I have taken the insurance, so everything should be covered. It doesn't happen like that. Even during Shaheen, we have faced lot of issues when the people were really needing for help. But then prior to that, 2 months before, Salala also faced similar issue, Sur also faced similar issue, but nobody bothered. When it came to this particular part of the Oman, everybody was bothering. So these are the aspects, like you have to consider, it's not a charity, it's basically a contract, so you need to see it thoroughly, and then accordingly you have to take it action. So thanks Mr. Aga for giving the insights.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Very much. Thank you. I can only agree with you. It's a business and it's an agreement and a contract. And everything you do, it's what you take in and what you take out. And the larger the risk, the larger the premium. And this is how it works. Please.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalam.
Thank you for your presentation. I just have a question from a risk management perspective in the organization, as we have one of the risk treatment is the insurance. So what things do you think from your experience in insurance it can be transferred or transfer the risk to the insurance companies from the organization perspective and it is missed in the market? Yani from your experience, what's the most business interruption claims you receive it?
So basically, if you look at it into basics, I believe, the first risk transfer that you do is the property insurance. So you have your property, you make insurance for it. So I know you're talking about what is missed, but let me tell you what is there. Then you will talk about professional indemnity or product liability. It is there, companies, they take it, but I always look at the cost. And sometimes to reduce the cost, they buy the wrong product. So this is something that is missed. So it's always you need to buy what fits you, what is your business. Then you have the health and safety of your people. So you buy medical, you buy life. And now with the new business trends comes cyber insurance. And there are more other type of insurance that's happening, that it is also, there is inherent defect insurance. Now there is warranty insurance. So you want extended warranty. It sort of covers. So how you buy it and when you buy it, it all depends on your budget and it depends on how important for you to carry on. So business interruption, a lot of people, they want to buy the basic cover. But why business interruption? It will cost us more of money. But if you look at it in the longer term, I believe it's a profit. So basically what is missed here it's maybe the insurance products themselves has to develop and develop to be like a mixture. And this is what happened by the larger broker. They are moving away from the traditional line of business to introducing bouquet of business where they are serving as per your business. So if you are a banker, you have a banker bond. If you are in the logistic, your marine and the property in one place, one policy are covered. So it is evolving. The most important thing is to keep resilient and keep moving on and develop not only your supplier and product, develop your mentality, how you act to it, and to use it as not a luxury. It is not a luxury, it is essential. It is part of the cost of your running your business. I hope I answered you.
Yeah. Is there a specific insurance for business interruption? And
Yeah.
what include inside it?
So basically, if you move back, I know the time is short for this, but basically it is business interruption. It's not for a market business risk. So it's not because you decided to take high risk in a business, then your business is stopped, you take insurance will not cover it. It has to be for covered risk, like a property. Fire happen, your business is stopped. Or flood happen, then your business is stopped. It can be for small or large businesses. It can run in the corporate side. It can in your own house. You can buy a property insurance for your own house. And you say, okay, if fire happen, I want to have loss of rent. So until the time your house is recovered, built again, whatever you are paying for rent, it will be covered. For property, for business, you said, okay, I make 1 million riyal in a year. If my business is stopped for 2 months, during these 2 months, they will look back to your financials and they will cover you. So basically, it's what you need and how it will act. But it is always covered out of insurable loss. So it has to be the proximate cause of this loss covered in your policy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hekmat Agha, for your time and your insights. At this point, I'd like to invite Ms. Amora Rebadali from OSS to show our appreciation and present you with a token of gratitude.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Shukran. Thank you.
All right, if I may, at this point in time, I would like to invite the organizers of today's conference, Optimal Solutions and Services, to the stage to discuss their company profile. So at this point, I would like to invite Mr. Mandeep Singh to the stage.
Very good afternoon, everyone. I'm not going to bore you with any sales or marketing pitch here. So all we are going to discuss probably is the kind of amount of work we are doing here in Oman in general, in Muscat in particular. So we have office in Wataya. OSS is Optimal Solutions and Services. We are privileged that our clients are also sitting here with us in our room here. And not only client, but also our clients, further technology partners are also among us here. Optimal Solution Services is basically a transformation company. We have started with the approach of ground up. The time we started, the digital maturity wave was just beginning. We have seen enough of digital marketing over last couple of years, or more than a decade now. The world is moving toward digital maturity. And with the advent of ChatGPT and multiple AI and MLs, it's it's all random guess how the future, near foreseeable future is going to be. So coming back, we always start with the on the ground approach, as is approach, current mode of operations, and where the organization want to be. What is the future mode of operations? There may be rainy day scenarios, there may be jeopardy, there may be exceptions, there may be negative scenarios, which is always happens in any business life cycle. But we always look for sunny day scenario, happy day scenario, golden day scenario, where the business want to be, where our clients want to be. So with those uncertainties in place, and uncertainties are nothing new. Since any organism born, not only human being, any organism, aquatic, amphibian, Homo sapiens sapiens, as Mr. Joyvi rightly said, and bird, anything, the uncertainty risk is always there. But they also adapt, they also evolve. And we are human beings, so we do. So with that possibilities, we take different approaches, be it EFQM, be it balanced scorecard, be it blue sky, be it blue ocean, whatever the business jargon would be, we'll try to take all different approach so that the model should work for the client. The client should not work for any model. There are so many models, guidelines, frameworks, so many approaches. It has to work for your business. It needs to work for your stakeholders and your end clients and customer who is paying from the money from their own pocket. Moving on. Next slide. So we are into maturity, we spoke about digital products. While we are on the subject of enterprise risk management, we as an organization are building ground up digital products very much in ERM space, and inshallah within next couple of months, and I'm sure within this year, we are going to launch the product. We can say we are somewhere between 0 to 1. Let's see where, what couple of months, maybe after Ramzan, we are into. Disruptions have been there already, and disruptions will keep on coming. But one thing is going to stay, as one of the speakers in the first two sessions said, that as a going concern, the business has to continue. And pandemic and lot of other viruses or whatever, man-made or other than man-made disasters over the last couple of decades have taught us. Corporate trainings, Knowledge is our partner. We have delivered few trainings within last couple of weeks or few months here in Muscat, again in the very same areas of risk and business continuity. So the first part of the access, where we try to understand our customer, their strategy. We don't superimpose our strategy on them. We first want to learn, unlearn, and relearn from our client what's their strategy. What's their priority? What's their urgency? What is something they are looking both as vision and mission, and we not only qualify that, we quantify it. We deep dive into the numbers. And then, of course, once strategy without execution is invitation to failure. So then we need to not only implement, but post-implement day-to-day operations. And operation is not a word which people love, but operation is something which is very important. Without operations, no business can sustain from any angle. Yeah. Moving on. Maturity assessment, there are different models. I am myself certified in digital maturity model some 6 years back and have implemented in quite a few organizations. One of them is Airtel South Asia, for India region, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. and for the 29 countries where Airtel operated in Africa. Coming back, there are other maturity models also in the digital space. The time has come and many governments, especially the Western governments and European governments, as a B2G initiative, G2B, government to business and government to citizen initiative, the governments have come up with classification of their digital services, their maturity. We can see it easily in Canada, in US, in Europe, in UK, and it's not something which has come now. They have started 3-4 years back. There was this pandemic in between, but it's back now. The citizens get all the digital services on the fingertips, and it's not having a mobile. It's as simple as that. If someone wants to take a local bus here in Muscat, and if he or she is waiting for a government bus, and there is a ticker running on the bus station, it says the next bus is number 8 going to come, or number 1 or number 9. That's information number 1, dynamic. And second information, how much waiting period, how much time. Yeah. Moving on, ISO consulting. So there are about 40 to 50 ISO standards, and none of them is quite recent. They keep on improvising every decade. ISO has been there for more than 60, 70 years, and most of the world has imbibed it. Here in Muscat, we have delivered QMS ISO 9001 about 2.5 years ago. Then service management ISO 20000 again for a Muscat client. Enterprise risk management 31000. Then we have our client sitting here with whom we are doing occupational health and safety right now. We already did the training last month. Then telecom related TL 9000. Then business continuity, while we are on the subject. That project we already started last year, the year which just gone by, and we are most likely to close it within a month or two for a very big client in Muscat. And when we say ISO, we don't mean a certificate. We don't mean a piece of paper. We don't mean just compliance or compliant. As at the start, I was just trying to request, we are a ground up. Till the right amount of information to the appropriate person on the ground, whether he or she accepts it, rejects it, or challenges it, at least he or she is aware. And again, the model should work for your organization, and not your organization should not work for any of these models. So 27001, yeah, new thing has come up in November. It got updated. There are other ones like NIST also in this space. Then 14001, OHS, HSC, environment, business continuity spoke about. 31,000 we spoke about. 20,000 we spoke. Energy management, risk management, 31,000 we spoke about. Then the auditing and technical audition, crisis management also delivered. Few more which is not here are like food related, and 1-2 more. For example, we have our consultants here in this room who are going to deliver next sessions. That is also a ERM called COSO, which again we are doing for a existing client here in Muscat. Next slide, please. Now, these slides just go into details, but I think we can just, without boring you too much, this is same doing the as is, whatever is on the ground, pre-assessment, and then design, development, implementation, roadmap, execution, end-to-end internal audit, full and final assessment, and then it goes to whatever third party you may choose. It's up to you to choose third party auditor. You should not put all the eggs in one basket. So if we do the pre-assessment to gap analysis, to design, development, implementation, and internal audit, you must not give third audit to us. It should go to whatever agency you may choose. However, it's our job to enable and empower your organization to achieve right first time. We can go on quickly, same approaches. Yeah. So these are similar approaches. We can just quickly glance through. Yep, next please, next. Products we have spoken about. Other than risk management, there are 2 other projects in the pipeline, digital products, we should be launching within this year. Next slide, please. This is the risk management product proposition which we're building. Next slide, please. The features are pretty standard, which you would have seen in any ERM tool or product or package. Now, we also have, like any consulting company, we do have IT and software. Next, please. And this description, we have spoken about the implementation cycle. This will be anyway shared to you through email, all of you. Next. The trainings part, and this will be the last 2 minutes I'm going to take, and then I'm going to invite our next speaker. These trainings, couple of them were delivered recently in Muscat. Few of them are planned within coming month. Rather, next 2 days we are delivering a training here in same hotel for one of our existing clients. So multiple trainings in these areas, and balance scorecard and EFQM and all those. These are our associations. Citrix, TM Forum, that digital maturity model I spoke about, Microsoft SOS, Ethia PECB. PECB is the one who awards the certificate. I think we are on the last slide probably. Yeah, our company is 100% Omani. So we do comply with the local rules and regulations. It's 100% Omani organization having an office in Vataya. We'll invite you to join us. Well, you are most welcome to come to our office any day. With that, I will end my talk, and thank you again for bearing me and patiently listening to me. Thanks. Now I'd like to invite, thank you, thanks. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Johan. He's a senior, not only risk consultant, but a cyber security consultant also. He has extensively worked in the Middle East, especially in Saudi, and he's the one who is helping us from last couple of months in the COSO journey of our client. And I also look forward to actively listen and hear him while we are all here, and to learn multiple things in next half an hour when he delivered his speech. Thank you. Thanks.
Good afternoon. What I'm going to do is to position risk quantification, and specifically the FAIR methodology, as a complementary approach to risk qualification. So if I look at the agenda, I think the first thing I want to do is just talk about the risk communication challenge. And then what I'm going to do is talk about risk quantification as a complementary solution to address management, and specifically the executive management and the board of directors. And I'm talking about the risk, second line of defense, the risk management entity to express, and wherever they said it could be an IT, it could be an enterprise risk management, to overcome this. So I believe that risk quantification is something that offers an ability to enhance the communication and to also enhance decision-making around risk management. Okay? And then I'm going to end by going through a cyber risk quantification example. Now, the slides and specifically the talk is going to talk about cyber risk quantification, but this approach can be used for any type of risk quantification that you want to do. So that could be even at the operational level, like systems, process, people, etc., or even enterprise or safety risks for that matter. and then, of course, we're going to end with the Q&A. So if I then talk about, the first thing I want to talk about is just the risk communication challenge. I think that what we face in practice is that there is miscommunication and a lack of understanding from various role players in the organization by understanding what these risk officers and the risk practitioners and the managers want to say about risk, right? So if I just look at the role of the Chief Information Security Officer or the Chief Risk Officers, then to a large extent they're talking Greek, and apologies, to me they would be talking Arabic because I don't understand it, unfortunately, because to me it's difficult, okay? So what do these management want really? So if we look at the head of the organization and the board of directors, what they want to know is they want to know, firstly, they want to be assured that they will not be the next organization or entity that would be in the news about some sort of a disaster or an incident affecting their clients. And then they also want to know, are we doing enough to mitigate risk to an acceptable level? Okay, we talk about risk appetite and risk tolerance. So they want to know, and that comes from a governance point of view, are we mitigating risk or managing risk to an acceptable level? So the question is, what is acceptable? But I think the problem that we have with our traditional approaches is that we get to numbers. In other words, we use a 5-point scale, so 4 times 5 is 20. 20 out of 25, what does it tell me? It just tells me it's unacceptable, but I'll get to that now, right? The other role player, of course, is the Chief Financial Officer. What he wants to know, or she wants to know, is how much risk do we have? And they think in terms of finance, can they quantify it? Then also, are we spending too little or too much on mitigation? So the controls that we are putting in place is costing us money, right? What is the reduction that I'm getting in terms of, let's call it return on investment of my additional controls? If I look at the CIO, what they want to know is, are we spending our cybersecurity budget, for example, on the right things? So they really want to know is, what are my threats? What are the level of my risks, my technical risks? Because these technical risks, as we'll see a little bit later, have an impact, and it's a business impact, right? And then, of course, there's the audit. So the other challenge that we face in practice is we do risk assessments, and we agree that risk must be reduced. The next step then is, who must do what? What are the actions? Is there a risk treatment plan? And have they been implemented? So from a third line of defense, if you look at that model, the audit is responsible to make sure that the controls are effective, meaning that they have been implemented, they are effective, and we can then conclude that the risk has been reduced to an acceptable level. Okay. So how do we overcome this challenge that exists, right? So let's go and see what the board want. And I'm now also talking about the executive and the senior management. We see that one of the things that they want to do is they want to quantify risk in financial terms. They just don't want to get to a number saying my risk is a 20 out of 25 or an 8 out of 25. They want to say, what is the impact in financial terms if that risk realizes? The other thing is they want a more visual representation in order for them to make more informed decisions about the levels of risk. And the risk register, as we know it, the traditional risk register and the heat map is fine, but it doesn't give you really what they want to the full extent. You can differentiate between the various risks, but what if I have 4 risks that are at the 20? Which of these are the higher risk, and what is the impact? The other one is an important one because you want to justify or be able to make a decision in terms of, I need to spend X amount of money to reduce the risk, right? What is the reduction going to be? So there's a need to assess the efficacy of the cyber risk programs, for example, or your risk treatment plans, and the investments I need to make in these additional controls. The other one is prioritization. Don't come to them with technical risks, because they want to know is, what are my top 10 risks, right? What are the risks related to the top 10 threats, for example? And the last one is, you were talking about cyber insurance, is can we get and quantify risk in order for me to understand for the various types of incidents that I might have from a cybersecurity point of view or any other risk event so that I can take out insurance? So how much insurance must I take out for a risk that is 20 out of 25? I don't know. But if I get to a monetary value and I say the risk is 100 million or 20 million or 5 million, I can then go out and ask the CFO or whoever to take out insurance for 20 million or at least get a premium for that amount. Okay. So what do they get? They get traditional risk registers. And if you look at that, in this example of this risk register, I have, how many do I have there? 2, 4, 5 risks. And they're all at the same level. Now, surely there's a difference between those. We've qualified them. Put yourself in the shoes of the executive or the board or the risk committee. Which ones of these now, we already have now prioritized. These are our top risks, right? But they're all at the same level, say at a level 4, which is, say, a 20 out of 25. You can see that I can't really differentiate. So risk number 1 might have a financial exposure of 20 million. Risk number 2 might have an exposure of 50 million. And the last risk might have an exposure of 100 million. Might be the case. Okay, so how do we close this gap? And I'm now saying risk quantification is an option that is complementary to your traditional risk qualification approach. So typically, we see that IT risk management and risk practitioners, they measure risk in terms of vulnerabilities. They look at incidents, events, control deficiencies. That's all fine. Okay? It's very much compliant with ISO 31000, COSA ERM, etc., right? What the business require is they need visibility in terms of the financial impact of those risks. They also want to know which of these risks must we treat and not treat. So even though we have 5 risks at a level 20, there must surely be a different impact there, and which of those have priority in terms of treatment. And then the last one is they may want to know what the effect or the financial impact could be in order to take out the insurance. So I'm saying risk quantification, or to get to the value of risk, to calculate the value of risk, is that. So what I'm introducing now is to say there is an international standard now managed by the open group that is called FAIR. And what it allows us to do is to use known, tested quantification techniques and statistical models, including Monte Carlo and BetaPERT, to model risk. And we don't need an actuary to do it. You and me can do that. So all we need is a methodology, which we now have, a program or an application that can handle that, and now we need good input, quality input from subject matter experts, understanding the controls, the effectiveness of the controls, the probability, and very importantly, somebody from the business understanding the impact of that specific risk. Okay? So there is a solution or an alternative. So it's not one or the other. I'm not saying doing away with quality. Everybody is doing that around the world, right? So I'm saying the solution is adopting a standard that allows you to quantify risk. So what does FAIR stand for? It stands for Factor Analysis of Information Risk. But it's not only for information risk, you can use it for any risk. It could be operational risk or so as well. So what does it offer us? Firstly, there's a standard taxonomy of information and operational risk. So whereas traditional risk management in terms of qualification is looking at risk at one level, it says, look at impact and probability. I multiply the two, and that gives me my risk, which is a number typically, if I use a 3-point scale or a 5-point scale, is a number. So typically people use a 5-point scale. So the probability is 3 out of 5, so it's a medium probability, right? The impact is high. So that's a 4. So 3 times 4 is a 12, and that gives me a level of the risk. And now I can compare it with another risk from a qualitative point of view, right? It is also a methodology for quantifying and managing risk in financial terms, and as I said, it's based on statistical methods behind it, and these are tested. So, but I have it now in a practical program or methodology. If I have a software tool to be able to do it, it's important for us now to understand the model, bring the assumptions and the expertise to that, and we can actually model the risk and produce a result in financial terms. It's complementary to ISO 31000, to COSO, ERM, etc., right? And it's an international standard. So there is the model. So you can see what I'm saying is that typically risk there is, in normal circumstances, having two, as only one level below that. It's saying risk consists of impact and probability, and some people add 1 or 2 things to that, but it's essentially what most people do, is to say it's impact and probability. What FAIR does, it says there are 2 legs here. So if I look at the probability leg, they talk about loss event frequency. In other words, we want to determine how often in the next year, for example, can we expect this risk to materialize. Now it's giving us a framework where we can make decisions around that. So if I have enough information about the potential loss event frequency or the incidence, I can make an estimate. I can simulate it 10,000 times, and then I can also estimate the minimum likely and the maximum that I can get. Put that number into a statistical model, and it will give me a result, right? If I don't have enough information at that level, what it does then says loss event frequency consists of 2 aspects. The first one, threat event frequency. So in other words, I might have 10,000, or might have experienced 10,000 attempts for ransomware attempts or attacks on our organization, but none of them materialize. So that tells me I'm not vulnerable, but I can also go into vulnerability, because vulnerability is determined by the capability of the threat actor or the resistance strength. In other words, the strength of our controls. Okay. So it gives us a model where we can get to. So even without necessarily using that, the advantage of this is also helping us to start understanding really how to calculate probability, even if we do it from a qualitative point of view. Because we're considering now the threat actors, how capable they are, and on the other hand, we look at our controls and how strong these controls and effective they are, right? So that's the one leg. The next leg says how much. Not now a number in terms of high, very high. We need to now understand the impact of that risk event, if it happens, what it will. And there's 2 aspects to that, as you see at one lower below the loss magnitude. So the loss magnitude is a monetary. So it's either reals or dollars, whatever currency you're using. Okay. So loss magnitude consists of impacts at 2 levels. The first one is a primary impact. In other words, if there is a risk event, there's typically a primary loss in terms of financial terms. It could be things like loss of productivity. In other words, our systems are down, and now we can't earn money, so we're going to make a loss or lose business because of that, right? Or it could be recovery costs. I need to get somebody in to come and help me with this malware that is there. It's going to cost me. So I bring in the experts to actually address the technical issues and the malware that has actually spread, or the encryption of my systems. And then I also might have recovery costs. If I look at the secondary loss, it could be things like loss of reputation. It could also be things like penalties. You will incur penalty because of whatever has happened, or it could be competitive advantage. Okay. So as I said, you know, it's a model that is accredited and it's complementary. So within the limits of time, I'd like to maybe go through that. But what does it help us with? So there are various outputs or reasons why we could use this. So for example, it helps us to do risk assessments by looking at the migration to another system to the cloud. What would the increase or the reduction be in monetary terms, right? In terms of my risk. For example, if I do patching, what would it do to reduce my risk? Okay. The other one is, for example, it can be used for cost-benefit analysis. I have a risk of 100 million. I spend 10 million on controls, and that reduces my risk to 50. Okay, so by spending 10 million, I'm reducing my risk by 50. So that should become a no-brainer, isn't it? Because the net effect of that is I'm going to reduce the risk essentially after the investment in those controls by 40. Okay. The other one is comparative analysis. In other words, we can now go to those stakeholders and decision makers and tell them these are our top risks and these are the numbers in financial terms. So if this happens, so if this system is down for various reasons, say cybersecurity, if it's down for 1 hour, then the financial value at risk is X. If it's down for 24 hours or 8 hours, so I can go and now they can compare that and they can actually see that in financial terms, right? And then, yeah, so that in general helps me to do that. Okay, so what we're saying here is we now have an approach that is complementary to what is being done already in organizations. So and it's going to overcome this challenge. Most risk management frameworks do not prescribe a specific approach to identifying or analyzing and prioritizing the important things, or the important aspect here, risk, and leave it to the risk practitioners to select the preferred analytics model. In other words, we want to make decisions around risk at the right level, right? So in other words, it could be at a committee level, and eventually it's the executive management that needs to sign, and if they can't, they take it to the subcommittee for risk at the board level, and the board to agree to the risk. So we want to make decisions around risk, so we want to make informed decisions around risk, right? So this is where FAIR comes in. It helps us to identify the top risks. It also helps us to quantify it in monetary terms. And now, visually, we can see what the effect is of the controls, how it's being reduced. And now we overcome this language barrier that we have. Now we have the ability to talk to the executives in financial terms, something that they understand, as opposed to technical controls and risk registers that is not very clear in terms of what they really want to see, right? So if I look at this, what are the building blocks there? I think the first thing we need to say is that we have business assets that typically are supported by IT assets, for example, or people, right? So what is a business asset? It could be a business service, a business process, or it could be data or IP or any of those. Then it forces us or helps us to understand who the attack or what the attack vectors are and the threat agents are and how capable they are. Okay? So those business assets are threatened by actors. It could even be accidental internal. Mostly it's external. And if you look at cybersecurity, there are malicious threat actors out there that are very experienced that is attacking your company or that are attacking your company. And this is real. What these threat actors then do is they compromise your controls. So in other words, if you don't have effective controls in place, they overcome those controls or the vulnerabilities or weaknesses in those controls, and they affect the asset. That meaning, my IT system is down, the process doesn't work, and I can't offer the service to my clients out there. Meaning, it's going to be having a direct or indirect impact. And I can think of it now in terms of financial terms. So there's going to be either a direct impact, a loss of productivity, or it could be a fine, because whatever we've done there may be disclosing personal information, and that fine might have a monetary value. So those are the building blocks. So what I'd like to do and end up with an example. Okay, so the scenario that I have is a cybersecurity one, and as I said, is not only applicable to cybersecurity events, you can use it for operational enterprise risk, etc. And you can quantify risk using this methodology. So the scenario that I have is there is a cyber criminal community, the threats, the threat actors, coming from a threat vector. They might be capable, very professional, or they might not be, okay? The more capable they are, of course, the more probability there is for them to bypass my controls. If I have weak controls, then that means it's easy for them to get through, right? Then I have the assets. In this instance, there's a technical asset, which is a server. This is now the most important thing is that server is running a business application, which is one of our core applications, and it is helping us to deliver this service to the clients. So if this technical asset, which is the server, is affected, corrupted, encrypted, then the service will not be down, meaning that our systems will be unavailable to our clients out there. And that will have an effect. And may have, most probably it will, have a monetary value to attach to that, which we don't normally do at the moment. We don't calculate that. We don't go that far. We don't have a framework or methodology to be able to do that. Right? And in a lot of instances, we need to start thinking and teaching ourselves, for example, the subject matter experts in IT, to start thinking in terms of efficacy of controls, strength of controls, as opposed to just saying, I have a control, right? And we need to bring the business in, because they're the people that can bring their expertise to bear so that we can make an estimate about the impact. Okay. So now we have some questions. The question is, how much would it cost if this ransomware event materializes, right? Of course, timing is important. Is it an hour, 8 hours, 24 hours? And eventually I'd like to what is the probability in the next year that it may happen? So that's the risk event. The incident as such. If I spend money now in terms of controls that reduces or increases my controls that protect me from cyber or ransomware events, right? How much would the exposure be reduced by? And then lastly, for example, how can I justify this budget request for ransomware-related controls in a way that the executives that need to approve the budget or this cost can understand it? Okay, so typically what we then do is, the first part is I establish the context and gather the data. So let's take the scenario and say it's a ransomware attack. I want to see what the impact is. The context could also be, look at the risk related to, for example, cybersecurity of my top 10 systems. And I want to see what the probability is and what the impact is, right? Then I analyze the risk, but I have a more thorough approach to risk analysis now. And then I put it into a model. So we provide a Python-based program which has taken this statistical this model and enables analysis using statistical methods like Monte Carlo and Beta-PERT. Okay, and then you run the model, and now we're in a position to analyze the risks. So in other words, we can now compare the risks, more than one risk, for example, with the other one, and look at the financial impact. Or I can go further by saying, if I spend X amount in terms of enhancing my controls, what would the reduction be to my overall value, and then I can report results. Now I can go to the executive. It could be a risk committee, it could be the IT management, it could be the CEO, his management, or whatever related risk committee there is, and I can even take it to the board, right? So in this instance, typical things that I would look at is I look at this risk description. So the example here is a ransomware attack holds infected systems or files hostage until you pay the victim, okay? So what are the assets? The technical assets are the IT or the major IT applications or systems. Those are the ones that get encrypted typically if there's a ransomware attack. Then I need to understand who the threat actors are. Now we understand then these are highly experienced cybersecurity criminals, right? So even if I have strong controls, they might overcome that because they are capable. They do that as a business and typically they sit in the dark web somewhere, right? Then what is the threat effect? It is the impact on the business, which is the non-availability of the systems, which means the services to our end clients. And who is the risk owner? It should be the CEO and the business unit managers, right? Who are the control owners? It's IT. Okay, so that sort of analysis, you can go into more detail, but you can see I need to understand the scenario. And now, for example, I can do that and say, if I look at the threat event frequency, then we can see our existing malware protection system blocked 1 to 2 ransomware attacks in the past year. So we had 2 attempts in the last year. I know of companies that had 40,000 attempts by actors wanting to take their systems and them ransom by encrypting their systems, okay? So it's very prevalent, okay? In this instance, it's 1 to 2. So that gives me an indication and an input that I can look in terms of probability for the next year, right? So if the ransomware cannot be blocked, there is nothing we can do, and we are 100% vulnerable. Okay? So we're assuming in this instance, maybe we don't have any proper controls in place. Okay? The next thing we want to do, which I don't have on the slide, is to bring the business in, say, if we have a ransomware attack, and we understand which services and applications are being affected, they can tell us if these systems are down for 1, or this critical core system is down for 1 hour, 8 hours, 24 hours, 7 days, these are the values. Because we are losing revenue, maybe we need to recover, and there might be penalties. Okay. What I then do is I put that in the model, and you can see now, using input of this information, putting it into the statistical model, I simulated, for example, 10,000 times, which is a known statistical approach, and I'm using BetaPERT. In other words, I want the subject matter experts, both on the control and on the impact side, to tell me what is most likely, what are maximum, and what are the minimum. So I'm getting a range, and that helps me then to provide a range as opposed to one discrete number, which is a 25, to the business management, which is a known statistical approach, right? So in this instance, that example that I had, ransomware, we say that if this risk materializes, the financial impact would be 49 million. Now, what I haven't talked about is the others, but you can see in this instance, we've also then done one for violating regulations around privacy, for example, and the third one is a denial of service attack. So the one risk is 49 million, the other one 21 million, and the third risk, denial of service attack, is 10 million, and my total risk exposure for cybersecurity in these top 3 cybersecurity risks stand at 81 million. Now, in a large organization, international organization, it may not be a lot of money, so it's all contextual in terms of, is it affordable, what is my appetite, and what are my tolerance levels, right? Now, what I want to do next is now get into a what if, right? Must we reduce the risk? And what must we do? In other words, if we take into consideration controls, what would the reduction be or the effect on the value at risk? Okay. So there's my what if. In other words, I've now considered controls, And this risk has come down from 49 million to 18 million. So what is it, 52? So it's come down by more than 30 million. Is that right? No. 20 over 50, it's 30 million, right? So if I spend 5 million to reduce the risk from 49 to 18 million, will you approve that? The next risk came down from 21 million to 19 million. If I have to spend 3 million now, should I do that? No, because the risk reduction is not. So you can see this is just an example of showing how we can do it. The last one then says, if we spend some money, we can't do anything, the risk stays the same. Okay. So management then says, go ahead with the first one, right? Spend 10 million rand, and that brings down my risk from a monetary point of view, right? So you can see in terms of the graphic now, what it does give us, as opposed to a discrete number of 20, it tells me that risk has basically a minimum, a maximum, and a most likely, which the most likely is, where are we? Yeah, that's the total risk, in other words. But it gives me, and then it tells me, if I put the controls in place, this risk is going to reduce from there to there. So what have I done? I have a model which is fair. I've made some assumptions by subject matter experts. I've put that in the model. I've simulated 10,000 times. I also looked at minimum, maximum. And then I can go further if I need to, and we're not happy with that result, to calibrate. So go back and get us more information, because the numbers don't gel necessarily, right? So to end by saying, look at this now. In other words, when we did the analysis initially, those were the levels of the risk. So management can immediately see, in terms of monetary, there's a differentiation. The one is 48, the other one 21, and the other one 10, okay? And if I now add controls, there's going to be a reduction from there to there. So there's my inherent risk. There's not a lot happening there, and that risk remains the same. And the decision is now clear. Go and spend 10 million, up to 10 million to reduce that risk, meaning we're going to have a saving of 30 million. Okay, so in a nutshell, it is not replacing qualitative, and you're not going to do it for every assessment, but you can see clearly it adds value by looking at my top risks and specifically helping to enhance the communication and the quality of information and the decision making at the right levels. Thank you. Any questions?
In case of the revenue, you can count the revenue, that how much you're going to lose or how much you're losing. So you can calculate and you decide which is the scenario you're going to choose. But the same, there's something that you cannot count it like data. Data is not a revenue, which is the main nerve of this company. So how is it a system that will retrieve this data? There's some data is more important than the money, that revenue of the company, for example. Oil and gas especially, and there's a reserve data, a lot of data. I have, even in the cloud, some time they could not retrieve it, or the insurance of this data become more than the real value of the data. So this is another game. Some people, they get insurance for things like 5 million, and they ask for, as you said, 80 million, and they get. So who's going to evaluate the data? Because data for a certain organization is not the same value of another organization. Is that, if you have an answer for this?
Okay, to calculate the value of the data is not that, but let's go back to the effect. In other words, if that data is compromised, right? Is there a direct loss in financial terms? Is there a productivity loss? In other words, is that data needed in order to deliver a service or a process? So if the process depends on that data, means that there's an indirect, the data might not be valuable, but it is valuable in terms of needed by a process to deliver a service, right? That's the one, right? So the question is there productivity loss? Okay. If not, say there is nothing, right? So I'm not going to look at attaching a value to the data. I wanted to attach a value to the effect of that data not being available, okay? So let's say it's not available. But now I have to recover this data, right? Do I need to get specialists in to come and recover? Say this data has been encrypted, for example, right? Do I need to get specialists in, and there's going to be a cost associated with these specialists? So that's one way of looking at the effect. In other words, I'm going to have to pay specialists now to come in and to come and recover, to recover this information. In other words, to make it available again. And is there then a replacement cost? So most probably there isn't, because it didn't affect the system it's sitting on. So in this instance, there might be a recovery cost, right? It might not be that high, right? The next thing is we need to move on to the next thing and say, is there an indirect loss? That data being compromised, is it going to affect our reputation? If it is going to affect our reputation, that's more of a difficult one, then we need to do it. Okay, so let's put that in a model and then see what the reputational cost related to that is. Okay. The second aspect to that is then to say, is there a penalty to this data? In other words, if this data has been compromised, so somebody has stolen my data and encrypted it, right? So now I have violated, for example, if I look at GDPR, may be applicable to the organization or not, right? So GDPR is about the European Union that says any data, personal data of European citizens may not be compromised, right? And if it is compromised, then organizations that do that will pay a penalty, and it could be quite substantial. So you can see, yes, there is a penalty, and it could be $20 million, right? So that's the way I would get to that, as opposed to wanting to attach a value to that. So I used the model then in terms of looking at the impact, going through that. There's no productivity loss. There's a recovery cost. So how much do we need for these specialists to come in and to read? There's no replacement cost. And then the indirect is, there's reputational loss. We're going to be in the papers. Our clients are going to be unhappy because this data cannot be, say, for example, you're a research organization or you're a bank, and I need information about my account data, etc. Now it's not available. So I have a negative perception about the bank. And the other one is to say you may even pay a penalty because this data was disclosed and you didn't protect it properly. So that's the way the model can help you to actually report on that.
Thank you very much. Sometimes hackers come from the nearest colleague who left the work, and nobody take care of that friend. He used to be a friend. By any means, maybe there was a dispute between the company and that person, and he left. We have so many things of that. How you, of course, they have to, maybe before sending him back or releasing him, there must be measures to protect all this system. We had so many fatal hackers here in Oman. Maybe most of them, they don't know. And how you protect from the nearest person, not from the enemy, of course.
Okay, we need to differentiate between employees that can do certain actions, or disgruntled employees, in other words, they are still working for you, or ones that are leaving the organization. Now, ones that are leaving the organization, you need a well thought out and implemented identity and access management policy and a process by saying that the moment somebody leaves the organization, and that could also then be contractors, so employees, temporary workers, etc. So you need to link your Active Directory in your HR system and your access to the systems, that if somebody leaves the organization, the access is immediately revoked. Okay, so that's the basic one. So in other words, you overcome that. Now you make it difficult for them. Immediately, they might have knowledge, they might have a password, but immediately they don't have access. So they're in the same position as anybody that has not worked there because they don't have an identity or access rights anymore, and maybe they understand what your weaknesses are, right? But that's how you would make it difficult for them to do. The other one is for insiders. In other words, you need to also have a proper identity and access management system, making sure that those that have privileged access, for example, programmers, must have certain rights, and the access to that have certain conditions which is different to that person as an employee and that person as a system administrator. So if you look at your typical cybersecurity controls, if you implement the basics, will actually take care of that, which means then what you're doing is you're mitigating the risk of a disgruntled employee, a current employee, an ex-employee, or even somebody from outside hacking into your systems. You must make it difficult. So the moment people leave the organization, their access rights must be revoked immediately. Okay. Then, of course, there are other things like data loss prevention, etc., or things finding out people are attempting to come in from outside. I need a security incident management system, which actually then look at people attempting to hack into the system so that I can actually escalate that. Okay.
If you find one of your team in the company has this, was a hacker, what are you going to do with him?
If you find?
One of your team is a good hacker, and he did he entered to the system and he did something. Okay, you caught him, okay? What are you going to do with him?
Okay, what does your policy say? A policy then says from an identity and access management point of view is...
Take him to court or you hire him?
You,
Protect you.
you can do that, depends on what you want to do there, right? But the first thing is there must be...
gap in your system. Actually, I'm saying this from a real story in one of the big organization. One of the students found a gap that he can enter to the center and change everything. But that organization they didn't say even thank you for him. He was very regretting that. So in state, if you have somebody like what's happening in another country, they looking for this smart people who's hacking, and they offer them a job that to protect, because they are the only guys they know, because they work in the gray area and they work in the dark area, which is the dark room, and they know where to go and get in, and very smart. You have to respect them.
Okay, that's one option. So it depends on what your policy is, right? So some people would say, let them go immediately. But you must also have a policy that says there are repercussions. In other words, there are things happening if you don't do that. It's not allowed, and we might even let you go. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, hi. You've mentioned about quantifying risk that it depends on impact and probability. Is there any third element that could affect the quantifying risk, like interrelation with other risk, or weighting on the control? Like, do you have more than 2 elements? You could have 3 elements on quantifying risk, like based on the level of quantifying the control.
Okay, so from a fair point of view, you can see there's 2 aspects. How they overcome that is there's more detail at a lower level. So that we go to 4 levels, I think, right? So that means if we don't have enough information at the incident level, we can look at how many events we had, right? And then if we don't, we're going to look at, for example, the contact frequency of hackers and how easy it is and how capable they are, right? That's how I overcome that. I know that people from a qualitative point of view look at impact and probability and they add another factor. So it is 2 times 3 times 2, that's 6 times 12, that gives you that. It complicates a little bit, but that's how people want to do that. There's most probably nothing wrong with that. But this methodology takes care of it because it actually builds and explains to you what event frequency is consisting of. And, you know, to understand vulnerability and the strength of the control and the capability of the threat actor, that's how it's taking care of that complexity. Okay. What it doesn't do is tie the risk to maybe other risks. You can then go back and look at systemic risks or so, but let's just go overcome the challenge of just quantifying risk or reporting it properly. I think that's the first step that we want to get to.
Yes. Interestingly, to gain insights of the fear. That's one of my the lesson learned, or a new terminology. But I was thinking, is there any relationship or correlations between the BIA? Because there you do the cost as well for the critical, let's say, applications.
The BIA, as I understand it, does not look at cost. It looks at the impact. The impact on the business, not necessarily on the cost, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it looks at a qualitative impact. The impact is very high. What is it on? So that's the focus, but it doesn't get to cost. Okay.
It gives you the cost of the time. It does. Like, how much it costs you. Like, let's give an example.
Okay, if you have that information, you can utilize that in terms of getting that. Now, what you mentioned there is important, because if I've done a proper business impact assessment,
yes,
that's going to tell you what my critical systems are, for example, at a technical level.
Exactly.
Are you with me?
Yes.
And that becomes an input here, because I think the first things people struggle, if I look at the NIST cybersecurity framework, the first thing it does, it says, do you understand what your attack surface is? They call it something else. Do you understand what your assets are that could be compromised, right?
Yes.
Services, applications, processes, or whatever the case is. And a lot of people struggle with that because they don't differentiate between the importance. Now, if you've done a proper business impact analysis, that's going to tell us what our most important systems or processes are, services are, right? So let's start with the business services. I can understand that relationship, and that becomes an input into this. Because you can now go to management and say, we've done a proper business impact analysis,
right.
And out of this is our most important area, this is our most important system, this is most important data. And you can differentiate that. That becomes an input into this. The other thing that you need to do, of course, with business continuity is then start looking at the potential events that could bring down your business, right?
Yes.
So if it's at the business level, what would cause my people not to be available, right? My accommodation not being available, my network, my electricity, etc. So these two could be utilized as an input to enhance the quality of data that I need at this level. Otherwise, I have to do that from scratch here and saying, let's ignore that, and now we have a difficulty in terms of differentiating. So that's the advantage of having done a proper business impact analysis, and also a proper risk assessment around the uncertainty in relation to the availability of other services, processes, people, systems, technology, whatever there is.
Thank you. Yeah, because we do it, but we don't. I mean, as an BIA, we do it for most of the critical systems, especially for the financial institutions, and as a regulator, we need to ensure the continuity of this. And if there is any disruptions, how much a minute or second, an hour it's going to cost us.
Okay, but you see, that's the focus is not necessarily, if you do it in terms of cost, well done, but most companies then do in terms of it cannot be unavailable for more than an hour or minute or 10 days or whatever, right? Very few actually do, and I don't think the business impact analysis was necessarily foreseen to get to cost. But if you've done cost, it's a very good foundation to bring here, because if you put it through this model now, you can actually then say, if this system is down for an hour or a minute or 8, you can actually use that as various scenarios, compare those, and then they can see if it's down for a minute, an hour, 8 hours, 24 hours, 7 days. Immediately they can see what the value at risk is, taking into consideration direct and indirect impact, and that's the advantage of the model.
Good, good. So it's through the RTO and RPO, and that's going to be an input. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Actually, I have a small point. As we know, when we are measuring the risk, we look for the probability and impact. But when we are measuring the impact or evaluating the impact, might I evaluate it at 5 or 4? Another person might evaluate it for 1 or 2. So in that time, we will find a dispute between us. How can we gather those two different point of views?
I think the first thing is to develop proper scales. In other words, and that's what people say, they think that's quantification. The first thing is to qualify your scale. In other words, when we look at impact, to your organization, what does a 1 mean? What does a 5 mean, right? So what does a very high impact mean? So there could be two aspects, is to say the core systems are down, right? And say it might cause X amount of rand, but that's not quantification. That is a financial value to that. So my message to you is make sure your impact and your probability scales are well written and understood so that if there are two people making an assessment, they would come to the same estimate approximately. Are you with me? It depends still on what people tend to think, but you need to put it into a session, and that's why the best way of doing risk assessment is to get the risk owner and the subject matter experts, people understanding the controls and understanding the business impact together in the same room, and it doesn't always happen that way, unfortunately. And then you do a facilitation and you can have that debate. Because the facilitator, for example, somebody from the risk office, the risk officer, second line of defense, has a policy and have proper written scales, and now they discuss that and then they come to an agreement, as opposed to one person sitting in the corner there, sucking that and say, quickly, I do a risk register. That's unfortunately how a lot of these risk registers at a qualitative level is done, is they leave it to somebody, and one person is looking at both impact and probability and come and report that. Now, that's not going to work, because that person typically is not the one really in the front line in the trenches understanding the controls and from the business understanding the impact.
Assalamu alaikum. I have a question regarding the same thing, maybe a completion to his question. So if we have a risk register for all the organization, we have like a matrix for probability. All the risk in the organization is judging based on this probability matrix and consequence matrix which we have. So if we have cybersecurity, it's a very critical issue. So it is more professional to judging in a special risk matrix because, for example, in an organization risk matrix, we have a probability of 1 to 2 years, for example, which is maybe not applicable for cybersecurity because it's very high impact and very sensitive issues. So I don't know from your experience whether it is more proper to have a specific matrix for cybersecurity or not, and whether the historical information is the only way to have the probability, because, for example, in Corona, we're judging the overall situation because there is many attacks because people getting used these digital devices. So we judging based on overall situation, not the historical information. In historical information, we don't have cyber attacks for the internal system, for example.
Okay, I think there's two issues there. I think what you're asking for is, should we have a specific matrix or scale for cybersecurity?
Yeah.
The answer is yes and no. What you should have is, you should have a policy and a framework and a process for enterprise risk management, okay? Because these are categories. What is enterprise risk management? It says it is the uncertainty in relation to my strategic objectives or my operational objectives. So I'm looking at what will prevent me from achieving my objectives. Okay, so that's the context.
Yeah.
The second one, if I look at operational risk, then it says it is the uncertainty in relation to my systems, which include IT systems, which could be cybersecurity attacks, my people, right? my processes, and then external events. And that external events could be this threat actor from the dark web attacking me. Okay, so that becomes the context. If I look at IT, I look at IT risk as the uncertainty in the relation to IT's ability to support the business. And that's where IT continuity, misalignment, and all of those things come into it, right? So the best practice is to actually then have a policy, a framework for enterprise risk management, which is the umbrella, right? And that could then be then scales, right? What I then need to do is to say my operational risk, let's develop a policy for operational risk, because our focus and context becomes now people, process, systems, and external events, right? If I look at cybersecurity, what am I looking at? I'm looking at the uncertainty in relation to the threats to assets or potential of events and incidents of my assets that are linked to the internet. So that's what cybersecurity is about, right? And that's the thing with information security. It says it's confidentiality, integrity, and availability, right? So yes, it affects all of those. But the real thing is, in life at the moment, organizations are being attacked via the internet. It's because of the exposure to the internet, their services, etc. So that becomes the focus. So the best way of doing that is to have a specific cybersecurity policy, a cybersecurity framework with its scales, and a process and procedures for cybersecurity risk management. Okay. So by the way, Allianz Insurance is doing an international survey every year. And guess what? What is the biggest risk that they have perceived? What is the top risk over the last 3 years? Cybersecurity. Okay. So it is something that is happening. So I don't know if I've answered you there, but you could use the same scale. Sometimes people differentiate that, but I think it's the same answer there. Is if you have a well-written and understood and applied, so training and awareness and facilitation is an important one, then you apply the scale properly, and your end result and quality would be much better.
May I add to her question very briefly? In the case of not having historical data, and you don't have data to analyze, how do you minimize risk?
Okay, sorry, I forgot that. The advantage, if you apply or implement the proper cybersecurity tools right now, for example, you should have a security incident and event management system, right? That looks at your events, it looks at your incidents, and analyzes and monitors your whole environment, right? So what it's doing, it's collecting real-time a lot of information. So those people coming from there's a lot of information about the threats, attempts, etc., etc. So if you have a SIM, as what they would call that, it's going to give you a wealth of information and proper data to tell you about the potential events. And that's why I'm saying I have this one example of a company that says there were 40,000 attempts. Through my SIM, I could actually see there were 40,000 attempts to actually get there. Or we had so many malware, phishing attempts, and 3 or 4 of them were successful, right? So that information is there if you just start implementing the basic cybersecurity technology to monitor. So like your network, you must also monitor your cybersecurity, and it goes down to logs, events, so I can actually see what is happening in my whole estate and in my cybersecurity environment. And that information, we want people now to be able to utilize in order to inform this probability.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Johan. At this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Amara from OSS to the stage to express our gratitude for your time and to present you with a token of our appreciation. All right, I would like to now kindly invite Mr. Mandeep Singh from OSS to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take just a few seconds only, not more. Thanks to be with us since morning. I hope all of us are here learning a little bit today. Since morning, one of our keynote speakers have said risk of risk management, right? And one of the audiences had a question on it. Then there was another speaker and audience who has spoken a little bit about global economic uncertainty. Our next session, please don't worry, we are not going to do session right now. It's going to be after lunch. The session just after lunch, which Mr. Jimmy is going to deliver, is exactly on the same apt topic, risk of risk management in the global economic uncertainty, which we are almost staring at when the world is moving towards slowdown in next couple of months, and recession would be looming probably end of this year. So we will request all of you to enjoy your lunch, and let's reassemble in half an hour. Lunch is at the lower ground floor by the sea. And Ms. Amara and I will be more than happy to host you there. And half an hour from now, let's reassemble and hear what Mr. Jimmy, who has 35 years of experience in this specific field, and let's try to pick up few thoughts from him. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. I just wanted to give everybody a 5 minutes notice as we will begin very shortly. Good afternoon. We will be starting in about 1 minute once the remainder of the room joins us. Just letting you know, we will start shortly. you all for coming back for lunch so promptly. If you know anybody who's still enjoying their lunch break, could you please send them a message and let them know to come back? And hopefully we will begin very shortly, if they're all back in the next 2 minutes, inshallah. Okay, without further ado, let's continue and begin. Welcome back from your lunch. I hope everybody enjoyed their meal and had a good break. I don't know, enjoyed your salat or salatu or networked, inshallah. Now I would like to, it's my greatest pleasure to introduce a really brilliant person, a senior consultant at OSS, Mr. Jimmy Hammond. We've been talking about policy for hours, so I'm sure you're going to be very well informed after his speech. Mr. Jimmy Hammond.
The remote. Good afternoon, everybody. I must tell you the only reason why Talia called me brilliant is because I agreed with some of her points in the discussion we had over lunch. Right. Good afternoon. I trust that you are all well on this lovely day. I'm having the graveyard session, which is always fun. Please be aware that I have a tendency to throw water bottles at people falling asleep, so I know it's not good etiquette from a speaker, but please be aware it may happen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about something that I feel very passionate about, and that is talking about the risks of risk management. Now, that sounds funny. I mean,
choosing the speaking after lunch, maybe everybody
Yeah. No questions. Yeah, I expect to have a very peaceful session. So, in terms of risk management, okay, before I continue, I just need to make this disclaimer. I grew up in a generation that believed that you show people respect by wearing a jacket. Unfortunately, I can't present wearing a jacket. So I brought a jacket to show you that I respect you, but I can't wear it while I'm presenting. So please bear with me as far as that's concerned. Okay, so we're going to talk about the risk of risk management in uncertain conditions. Now, we spoke about it many times today. What is a risk? And broadly speaking, a risk is anything that causes uncertainty with regards to whether you will be able to achieve your objectives. Whatever those objectives are, risk is about uncertainty in terms of, will I be able to achieve my objectives? Risk, obviously, as we heard, applies to everything. Any process in an organization, you can say, what are the risks? Anything that has an objective, you can ask the question, what could prevent this objective from being achieved? What causes uncertainty with regards to, will I be able to achieve this objective? So, risk management is a process, amongst other things. So the moment we say it's a process, it means that it has objectives. We are doing risk management for a specific reason. We want to achieve specific objectives. Now, the moment we say there's a process with objectives, it means that there's risk. So we should actually ask the question, and it's my contention that we don't ask the question enough. What are the risks inherent in risk management itself? So, the outcome of risk management is optimized risk. We don't want to, it's quite often not feasible to completely eliminate the risk, but we want to bring the risk to a point where we say the risk is now commensurate to the rewards, and we are happy to accept the risk in the way it is now. So the outcome of risk is optimized risk. There's uncertainty of, will our risk process actually provide us with optimized risk? That's the question. So it means that there is risk in terms of risk management. Now, the risks of risk management itself are known. Come on. I'm sure when I list the risks, you will say, yeah, I know about that. I knew about that. The problem is we don't always keep those risks at top of mind. And if you neglect the risk, if you know about a risk but you neglect it, it will happen sometime that it will bite you. So what I'm trying to do through today is to say, yes, you may know about these risks, but the problem is you may forget about them. You may not watch them. The mitigation that you do for your risk management risks may not be effective. Or it may be effective, and then because you forget about it, it's ineffective. So finally, we have issues in terms of risk management. Things that happen that shows us our risk management is not working. So what I'm going to do now is I identified some risks which I thought is very specific to risk management, but you are all in a unique situation. It differs from company to company. I can't prescribe, even if I wanted to, which I don't, but I can't prescribe to you, hey, you must look at these risks. You will look at my list of risks and say, come on, Jimmy. we know about this, or that's not a risk for us. Great. Because your situation is unique, I can't prescribe to you. What I try to do is just to stimulate your thinking about the risks of risk management by identifying some common risks which we get in the literature and from my personal experience. And then what I did is I gave them some catchy titles. If you want to take it seriously afterwards, you may word them more seriously in your risk register. Don't use my titles necessarily. The reason why I chose the catchy titles is to keep you awake and to be able for me to remember them better, to be honest. Okay, so let's, without further ado, look at the possible risks that you face from a risk management process. The first one is risk. What risk? The problem is success creates failure. Why do I say that? If an organization is very successful at what it does, if an organization, whether it be a government, whether it be a private company, if they do something very well, then they tend to think, okay, we know everything. We determine the reality of this business. And therefore, they may not acknowledge risks which are material to the continued existence of that company. Let me give you a few examples if you don't believe me. Who invented the digital camera? Kodak. Kodak invented the digital camera. What was the outcome? A few years later. Yeah? Kodak went belly up. They went bankrupt. Because they were so dominant in their field, which is the manufacturing and processing of films, they said, no, the digital camera is not a risk to us. Therefore, they couldn't even see this as a risk. It went below their radar. Therefore, one of the biggest risks is that the organization may be functionally unable to identify a material risk. Therefore, they have blind spots. They don't want to see that. And if you want to, I can give you more and more examples, but I know you want to be home before midnight, so I'll just carry on. The mitigation for this, and for each of the risk factors, I basically try to say what could be a mitigation. Once again, whether this will work for you is entirely up to your context. But I try to think, okay, it's not good enough just to say there's a risk. What can you do about it if there's a risk? Okay, so the mitigation, the first one is paranoia. And I'm taking that's a leaf from the former CEO of Intel, Andy Grove, who basically built a culture around paranoia. He said, we must constantly be aware of threats. He actually went so far, now we can debate the ethics of that, but he went so far to set a target to his legal department and say, I want you to sue so many companies, other companies, who might potentially be a threat to us. So paranoia is required. You always have to say, somebody out there is plotting against me. Somebody out there wants to take our business. They want to take our lunch. So paranoia is the first one. And from a risk practitioner perspective, you need to encourage people to be paranoid. To say, just because you think it's not going to happen, it doesn't mean it's not going to happen. Second one, and that's a very important one, you need to encourage your management to support bad news. The problem is, once you become successful, nobody wants to hear bad news. We want to hide it. So, and what information does the top management get? Only the good news, only what they want to hear. And if they give an indication, we only want to hear good news, then they will only hear good news. I'm speculating now, but what information do you think did Vladimir Putin get before he decided on his military operation in Ukraine? I bet, I'm prepared to bet a lot, that the FSB gave him the information that supported his ideas. No, it's not a risk. The Ukraine will fall. The people will love the Russians coming in. So the Russian tanks rolled in with their dress uniforms packed, because in 2 weeks everything will be over. So the problem is that Putin could not see that risk, and part of that reason was there was a discouragement of bad news. So bad news and paranoia is the antidote to this risk. A second risk, and you will see some of the risks overlap. The second one is where people know about the risk, but they deliberately downplay the risk. For instance, and that's called the state of denial, which is a very big state. A lot of people live in that state of denial. So they are aware of the risk, but they refuse to take the risk seriously. The people at NASA were warned time after time about the vulnerability of the O-rings on the booster rockets of the space shuttle. They choose to ignore the risk. That's not a risk. They were warned just before the launch of the Challenger that the cold actually worsens the risk. No, that's no risk. We all know what happened to the Challenger. So there's a risk, but no, we don't think this is a risk. It can't be a risk. Denying the seriousness of the risk. Mitigation, once again, paranoia, bad news, black hats. If you're familiar with the work of De Bono says there are different hats that people wear in a group. There's a red hat for emotion, there's a white hat, there's a blue hat. But a black hat is somebody who's always questioning, who's negative. If you don't tolerate bad hat or black hats in your organization, if you don't counsel your executive, your board, to cultivate black hats, you are facing a serious risk in terms of risk management, that risks will be known, but no, that's not a risk. That's not going to happen. Okay, next one. Whose risk is this anyway? Okay. Who owns a risk? Who should be the owner of a risk? Management of what? You, yeah? Yeah, the manager of the area in which the risk occurs. That's the risk owner, right? We all know that, come on. We professionals in risk management, we know risk ownership is with the management. However, the risk here is if you are not very careful, then you, as the risk practitioners, end up with owning the risk. And this is a very real threat. I've seen that happening so many times. Tom Peters and Waterman wrote a book, the first management bestseller. They started an unfortunate trend of management bestsellers. The book was called In Search of Excellence. In Search of Excellence, Peters and Waterman made the statement, if you want to destroy quality in an organization, you create a quality function. Now, that sounds paradoxical. Why would creating a quality function destroy quality? The answer is very simple. Because if you have a quality function, then the line managers say, quality is not my responsibility, it's the responsibility of the quality function. We have a quality inspector. I don't have to worry about quality. The quality inspector will catch it. So the moment you create a specialized function, you create the risk of the accountability for that function then going to a support function and not to the original risk owners. So Lewis A. Allen, in a management program almost half a century ago, said, we need to clearly distinguish there's a line responsibility and a staff responsibility. Line responsibility, who is responsible for the results? That is line responsibility. Staff responsibility, they have to provide support to the line responsibility. So, a risk management function within an organization is a staff accountability. You should be held accountable for the quality of the tools that you provide, for the quality of the advice that you provide, but you are not accountable and should never be accountable for the risk itself. Now you may say, well, that's not really an issue for us. That doesn't happen to us. Here's the problem. Let's take something like KPIs. You've got KPIs for risk, right? Good. Now you're measuring the KPIs. If the KPIs are not met, who's accountable? You as the risk function? Okay. The risk realized. You should not be accountable for the achievement of risk KPIs. You should be accountable for measuring, maybe, for reporting, but if the risk KPIs are not met, it should be asked from the risk owners. Now, see, I'm overstaying my welcome, so I'll try and be a bit quicker for the rest. We can relax now. We've got risk management. I'm sure you get the same thing with health and safety. Oh, we have a health and safety function, so we can relax about health and safety now. The problem is, this is a thing where you say the compliance to risk and safety becomes the goal. ISO 31000, compliant, tick. COSO, oh yeah, there's COSO as well, compliant, tick. That, honorable ladies and gentlemen, is never the goal. The goal is to achieve the result of reduction of risk. So the compliance in itself is not the goal. It's a measure that you can use, but it can and should never be the goal in itself. So what is the mitigation of that? Keys, keep it simple. I still see in many risk policies and residual risk and inherent risk, and inherent risk, you need to strip everything. Come on. Just make it simple enough so that it will achieve the objective. Don't overcomplicate it, please. And focus on the outcome. Constantly ask yourself, is what we're doing actually going to optimize risk? If it's not doing that, then don't do it. Don't do it just for the sake of saying, I'm compliant. Right, you see. So, now, let's see if you can spot the risk. If in case, I'm sure you know it, but in case you don't, let me tell you. people will hide risks from you. As risk practitioners, they will hide their risks for various reasons. Obviously, one may be that they get punished if they report on the risk. The other one may be that they know that they've been remiss and they're trying to hide something and they hope that nothing will happen. Or it could be that, in some cases, criminal activity. There was a major company in South Africa who had an excellent board in terms of their knowledge of governance. They used some of the best experts in the country to do a risk assessment for them, risk management, risk register. Afterwards, it was found that the CEO engaged in highly risky deals and used some very creative accounting practices to hide that. So the company basically went under, despite all the risks. And so I thought, okay, this was clearly the risk analysis wasn't done well. But the problem is the CEO was hiding that information from everybody, including the board. So he just hid the information that would give you the risk. So how do you mitigate that? A culture of reporting, in other words, you make sure that people are not penalized for reporting a risk. As a matter of fact, you make sure that people are rewarded if they report risks. Safety example. One of the risk indicators is the number of near misses, right? But quite often, we penalize people when they report a near miss. So we should actually encourage people to report their risks. Not reporting a risk should be a capital crime, and it should be punished by execution at dawn. But reporting a risk is good. That's always good. That's the first thing, the culture. The second thing is you must use your third line of defense as much as possible, use internal audits, use other verification to try and, because you as a risk practitioner are usually reliant on information provided to you by the subject matter experts. In some cases, you may need a third line of defense to actually test the information that you're being provided by doing an audit, a real audit. We have a risk register, and it's beautiful. From this one I got from the 45th President of the United States, one Donald J. Trump. Everything was beautiful. So we have a beautiful risk register. We can show it to you. Look at it, and look at our heat map. You would like that. Look at the heat map. Quite often, that's the focus of our risk management. That is not the focus. The focus is, what do you do about the risks that have been listed in the risk register? Are those risks mitigated, or are you allowing risks in the same risks to keep in the risk register year after year? If we do the risk register, the same risk is there time after time. If that's the case, you're not doing your job as an organization. The purpose of the risk register is to be the basis for mitigating the risk. The risk register is not a goal in itself. It is a step in the process. So to mitigate, you need relentless focus on mitigation. You need to project manage the mitigation. In other words, you need to make sure there's clear accountability, there are clear deadlines, there are resources allocated if need be. And you need to make sure that your risk mitigation is measured by KPIs. The KPI should not focus on the risk register. It should focus very strongly on how many of the risks have actually been mitigated. Risk management is a risk. Now, this is a funny one. The problem is quite often when organizations implement controls to manage risks, the controls end up by causing a bigger damage than the risk that they're controlling. In one of my former colleagues did a study. He said, if you buy a pen through the procurement system of the company, simple pen, let's say the cost of the pen is 1 riyal. Now I buy the pen through the procurement system. How much do you think it costs them to buy the pen through the procurement system, the true costs of that pen? 8. So the procurement system and all its controls that are there to prevent people from stealing pens actually inflated the cost of small cost items, of which they bought thousands, by 8 times. So you must always make sure that the risk control, that the control is appropriate to the risk. Because sometimes the controls end up by costing more than the risk. Yes. Furthermore, you should always question a control. Yeah, short story. In South Africa, they got X-ray machines, like in most countries. Government buildings, you go in, you put your bag in the X-ray machine, it goes on a conveyor belt, checks your bag. And I understand the risk that they're managing. They don't want you to take a weapon or a bomb or whatever into the building. Fine. But if you leave the building, they X-ray the bag again. So what risk are they controlling? Maybe they think, I got a gun in the building and I'm now taking it out. Come on! So why are they using the X-ray machine 2 ways? Because somebody found out this is bidirectional. How amazing is this? So we can use it for bags coming in and out without anybody ever being able to tell me, why are you X-raying bags leaving? So we should relentlessly question all our controls and ask them, what risk are we actually managing through this control? And is this control effective in managing that risk? Okay. This is Earth calling risk management. What your risk management process should always be valid within the context of your current organization. I once did an exercise which was aligned to BCI, business continuity, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So we did a business impact analysis. And, you know, look at the risk for systems, what can take the systems down. And then one of the participants looked at me and he said, where are you coming from? Do you realize that process is not working at the moment? Now, you want to do a business impact analysis to protect it against future risk. But right now, it's not working. So, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? And this is where I'm talking about risk management also within a fragile economy. Your risk management should be appropriate. It's not just business as usual. Firstly, by the way, if you did the risk management well, you would have equipped the organization with resilience to be able to weather this poor economic climate. But if you're in there, regardless of how you got there, your risk management needs to be appropriate to the organization now. Don't just carry on business as usual. We risk management. We're doing business as usual. The organization is falling apart amongst us, but we do risk management. You need to make sure that your risk management process is always appropriate to where the organization is right now. If you are a highly stable organization, highly sophisticated, then you start focusing on small risks, etc. If it's a question of the sailing on the Titanic, then it doesn't really make sense to say, let's do a proper risk analysis on where to put the desk chairs. Okay, conclusion. I tried to identify some examples of the risks of risk management. Even if none of these examples apply to you, if I manage to get you to think about the risks of risk management, to say, maybe I should do a risk analysis on my risk management process, then I will be well satisfied. Thank you very much. Okay, if you have any difficult questions, I'll ask my colleague Johan at the back to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie, for this exciting presentation. Just there was a video going viral a few days back about some consultant or bright mind. He said, engineers, they don't really make good businessmen because they always think, put the problem before the opportunity. Speaking on this context, I believe being as a risk manager or in the risk management, if you put all these risks, is there a conflict between the risk management and the business objectives, marketing objectives, and who will put the control, the middleman? Because there is always risk, there are always exposures, but what about the opportunities that even sometimes contradict on what's going on?
Okay. And I think obviously all risks have not been created equal. Some risks are more important than others. So that's the first thing that you need to do. It also has to do with your risk appetite. How much risk are we willing to tolerate in a specific instance? It may be that you say, as an investment house, we are comfortable. Yes, we know that's a risky investment, but as an investment house, we are comfortable with taking risks because that's the only way to get higher yield returns. So that's why I talk of risk optimization and not risk minimization. Risk minimization, I've got my tablet on the table there. If I want to minimize the risk to that tablet, what do I do with it? No, it could still drop, and it has happened. So if I really want to minimize the risk to that, the first thing I do is I take super glue and I block all the ports. And I disable the Wi-Fi so I can't get viruses from the internet, and then I put it in the vault. Now I've minimized the risk. What have I done in the process?
The context is lost.
The context is lost. I've destroyed the value. So yes, it's always a balance. And therefore, the ultimate decision is a business decision. To say, okay, let's not gloss over risks. By the way, risk denial is not a strategy. It's not one of the 4 ways in which you treat risk. So take full cognizance of the risk, listen to the black hat engineers, and then say, yes, I hear what you're saying. I'm evaluating this risk. Given the returns, I'm still going to accept this risk. Or I'm going to take some actions to mitigate the results of the risk or whatever. But don't ignore the risks, but don't let the risk paralyze you. That's the other thing. But if they say engineers don't solve problems, it means they are in that mode of, we don't want to hear the bad news. You want to hear the bad news and then take that into consideration in making your decision. And by the way, if they say engineers don't solve problems, they don't know lawyers. Okay, sorry about any lawyers here. Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. I just want to give a context, so just for me to get it clear. So I'm just talking from where I come from. Nicely you have said, you explain the governance, who owns the risk owner and everything. So if we got functional or business, and then we have a risk management department, then we have a management. Now those high risk, who should be the owner of the high risk after the assessment, that has been going on? Is it the higher management? Is it even the board? Or it's the business owner? Or it's the risk management department?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Right. The answer to that is never the risk management department. Never. Because those are not your risks. The risks are a line management responsibility. So if there are risks that are of material effect to the organization, the board needs to know about these risks, and what they then need to do is they need to hold people accountable for fixing those risks. And they need to get a follow-up report to say, has this risk been mitigated? But it should be very rare, if ever, that they say, risk management, you have to fix this. Because it's not your risk. You don't own the risk. You should provide the reports, provide the metrics, provide the information needed, and if need be, you can consult with the manager in terms of what is the best tactic for doing this. So you can provide specialist advice, consulting, but you are not accountable. Khalas. Okay, that's it. Stunned silence. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed being able to speak to you.
Thank you, Jimmy, for such an insightful session. May I please invite Ms. Amara to honor Mr. Jimmy with the memento. Thank you, Ms. Amara. Thank you, Mr. Jimmy. Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, my takeaway from Mr. Jimmy's session is he spoke about Kodak, who invented digital cameras, so they were actually innovating, but somehow they couldn't feel pulse of the customer, and that risk they couldn't address. The other thing Mr. Jimmy has essentially touched upon is the risk at the CXO layer. So maker and checker had the same role in one of the organizations which you are speaking about. And in corporate history across the globe, we have many, many examples from few countries. And sometimes, for example, the British Petroleum oil spill happened in the Gulf of Mexico, if I'm not mistaken, in 2010. Till end of 2011, the CEO was refusing it as a risk, until and unless the United Nations told that it's a risk to flora and fauna of the ocean. And the settlement happened at $5.5 billion some 6 years back. And then there are other spectrum, CEO of a company in India called Satyam, again maker and checker. He was sitting MD and CEO, and there are many examples. So coming back, and the good news is we are going into the very last session for the day. It will be very brief, quick, and it's about the digital product which we were speaking about. It's something between alpha and beta stage. It's an ERM tool. Our technical team is going to present it from offshore, and it's just for 10 minutes. Kindly bear with me for next 10 minutes, and then I will request Ms. Amara to say a vote of thanks after that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
This is the Zoom call. This is the Zoom call.
are viewing Ahmed's screen. View options. No, this is their Zoom. This is not my tabs. Here, view, my friend.
It's in duplicate. You have to duplicate the
Amni,
screen.
it's click view.
No, it's duplicate. Wait.
Okay, where was this 5 minutes ago? Close the WhatsApp, please.
No, don't.
I asked for your help 5 minutes ago, yeah? You ready? Khalas?
Screen is extended, but we have to. We need to go to setting. Yes. Wait. Don't. No. If you connect, then only we can.
Finish me, please. I asked you 5 minutes ago for your help, yeah? It's on now. Keep. It's on. Open Zoom. Okay, Zoom has started now. You're online. Go ahead. How do I disconnect? Can you guys hear us? It's not mute.
Yes, Talia, you're audible.
Hello, Rahma, we can hear you.
Is the video connected?
No, it's not. We can only hear your voice.
Okay.
Like, hi, I'm sorry. Can anyone hear me? I texted you saying we're going on live. Can you please start?
Okay, it's already connected, yes.
Yes, but they're not starting.
If you can give me the Zoom meeting, I will start from my laptop. Okay. Send me in WhatsApp. Share the link. ये बोलने के ना कहने हमको.
I will share the document.
पहले बोले तो हम नहीं
Yeah, Habibi, ما فرقت. It's on the screen. They just need to start.
No. You just need to start nothing. You have to connect the audio and video both.
Okay. Let me share the link with them. मनदीप जी, आप काइंडली ऑडियंस को कनेक्ट करें, उनके साथ भी बातचीत करें, हम करते हैं इसको.
Sorry for a little technical glitch, and my apologies, awful sorry again. Within a minute, it's going to sort out because the voice has come through, but the live video is not coming because we wanted to give all of you a live demo of our ERM digital product, which is somewhere between alpha and beta stage, but it has the real data. So the voice of the offshore team is coming, but the video is not. So within a couple of seconds, it should be through. It's coming on our mobiles, but on the screen, it's somehow not getting reflected. wanted to give all of you a live demo of our ERM digital product, which is somewhere between alpha and beta stage, but it has the real data. The voice of the offshore team is coming, but the video is not. So within a couple of seconds, it should be through.
Nevertheless,
it's coming on the mobile, but on the
digital product name is Pronoc. So if anyone visits our website, ossmina.com, there is a hyperlink to the digital products. Pronoc is one of them. And for this ERM digital product, there's a different website also. It automatically redirects to this website. Okay, so we are starting and we are promising to end in, we'll do a hard stop in 10 minutes. So we'll keep our commitment and we'll do a hard stop whatever stage it is into. If you have any good questions or very good questions, we'll take it offline. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mandeep. Good afternoon, Assalamualaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining our ERM workshop today. This is Rohma with my Mr. Ashfaq and Mr. Mushtaq from our technical team. I hope today has been super insightful for you in understanding and managing risk within your organization. So OSS not only offers risk management compliance and training, but also equips your business with an automated end-to-end risk management solution. Here you can see our website, pronoc.com. We'll quickly switch to a live demonstration of the product. Mr. Ashfaq, if you please.
Thank you, Mr. Rahman. I'm audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
That's great. So, gentlemen, this is just a glimpse of our system, our risk management system, where you can register all the potential risk and all the flows is there. So let me give you a brief overview. So here, this is the process flow of our risk management system. In the first stage, you will identify all the potential risk in an organization. So let me give you a generic example. For example, we have driving a car. While driving a car, we can have multiple risks. So it can be special accident, tire explosion, or anything. So if we give the example of industrial fire, so we can have multiple threats like the reason will be welding flames or electric motor overload. So this is just the number of feet. So this is very interactive system. So you can see, I'm giving you an example, the previous recorded example, that the initial risk was 20, the score was 20. So once you fill all these registers and mitigations, the score will be 90. So let me give you the example. We're showing you it in a both diagram as well. So this is the example, the real runtime example. So again, it's a very interactive system. You can see all the controls and mitigations on the right hand side. So let me start from the top. We start registering the cost center, either it's internal risk or external risk, and then the cost, the taxonomy. Again, we will start the system on like this. So you can see from here, you can see either under which category it lies. Either it's operational, compliance, strategic, or financial. And you can select in the tree-wise structure, you can select all the possible categories, and you select any one of these. Like say, I'm going to select the channels. So this is how it works. So once you create the risk, we will enter some dummy descriptions or all the details related to the risk, and then we have causes and threats. On the left side, we have all the causes, and on the right side, we have consequences and the mitigations. So if we take the example of industrial fire, what might be the causes? It might be the welding flames, and what is the likelihood? Likelihood is, again, either it's partially, or what will be the, depending upon the history, your organizational history, either it's real, likely, unlikely, and again we have score allocated against each of them. So this is the causes on the left hand side, and then on the right hand side, in our tool we have the consequences and the mitigations. What will be, what if the building gets that fire, what might be the consequences? Maybe a thorough injury. So again, what will be the mitigations? So you can enter all the mitigations against all these causes. So then on the left side we have causes, and on the right side we have the mitigations. And again, we can see how much this mitigation is either fully applicable, or you can see this on the right side with the graphical representation as well. So in the later stages, we have the risk mitigations and monitorings, where the user will be adding the cost associated to each of these consequences and the mitigations. For example, there was a mitigation action named emergency response system. To avoid this industrial fire, there is a mitigation that into emergency response system should be added. What will be the cost? So we will enter the cost, and what will be the contribution? Either it's a key contributor partially, and then in the system you will select any of the users from your organization that who will be the responsible or owner of this kind of this mitigation. So you will select all these users, all the values, and financial impacts as well. And what is the likelihood of this consequence? So this is how you add all these values against each of the causes and consequences, and the mitigations against each of the threats. And finally, we do have the total cost, the cost-benefit analysis, and that initially the financial impact was this was a mitigation cost, what will be the benefit of this? So initially it was this much amount, you added all the mitigations against each of the consequences, and finally you get this benefit. So in the system, we are recording each and every single entity, each and every single click is recorded in the system. When it was created, we had full date and all those flows. So this is the basic glimpse of the system, and in of this, all the dashboards, the dynamic dashboards, where you can see in the previous history what of the risk, what was the initial risk, and then this by category, compliance, financials, and all those.
Okay, Masa al khair, everyone. We have now reached the end of today's workshops and engaging conference. I would like to take this time to first off thank you all for taking time out of your very busy schedules and valuable time to take part in the conference and engage with the speakers. And of course, I would also like to take this time to once again express our utmost appreciation for all of the speakers who graced us with their insights today, Mr. Johan, Mr. Hekmat, Mr. Jimmy, Mr. Joyvir, and Ms. Ashwini, who has now left. And last but not least, I also just want to take a moment to acknowledge the great work of Ms. Amara Ibadali and Mr. Mandeep Singh from OSS for organizing this exceptional event today. And just a few administrative notes before we head off for the day. We wanted to let you know that all of the photographs that were being taken throughout the day will be emailed to all of today's attendees. But if you want any more information or request those pictures, you're welcome to contact Ms. Amara. Also, we would like to notify all the speakers that we will be emailing you your certificate award for your great participation today. And last but not least, please do connect with us on LinkedIn. Stay connected with us for all of our upcoming events. Thank you so much. And most importantly, من بعد إذنكم, if we could please kindly request for everybody to come up to the stage so we can take one big group picture, if that's okay. تفضلوا يلا يلا واحد اثنين ما شاء الله علينا احنا كتير خجولين فلو نستأذن الشباب يطلعوا لنا على الستيج ولو الانسات in the front تتفضلوا تقعدوا او يا تفضلوا ممكن ممكن النسات برضو يجوا ورا الكراسي هون يا Do you want to come to the side? Okay. Good. I'll go in the middle.
Skin.